Hi, everybody. I'm sorry. Um, I don't know whether it was because of a little bit of a poor air quality. I don't know if it's the fires coming down from Canada or it's the pollen or whatever the freak it was, but something got into my right eye. I think like behind my contact lens. And I've been wearing contact lenses since I was 13 years old. So I know exactly what like a little scratch on the cornea feels like. And that is what it was. So I had to actually, with me, it feels better when I have a buffer in there. So I put in a fresh lens. And then my eye, of course, when it's tearing, that whole side of your face runs. So that I couldn't look into the light. Jimmy and I went for a walk around the lake. Did that anyway, but I wore sunglasses, but my eye was tearing the entire time. So then I came home and kind of laid down in the darkness a little bit, and then a friend of mine just called about 10:30, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" But when my eye felt a whole lot better, but I'm still keeping it real dark in here. So that's what's going on. But then my friend called and we were on, and then Gail's like, "Carol, I'm supposed to be like." So yeah, I'm like, "Oh gosh, okay, let me get there." Um, so let hope you guys had a good day today. Let's see. I'm gonna try to get to the live chat over here. I think it's this. But something got into my right eye. Sorry, I'm gonna shut this behind my contact. So, there we go. Okay. Hi, cute kitty kitty. Hi, Gail. Hi, Denise Sanchez. Let me get into live chat. Hi, Jen Grill. Hello, Gail. Okay, so tonight there's a lot of things that are going on. I did happen to listen to a lot of news and things and what's going on out there. Luigi Mangione. You know who Luigi Mangione is, right? He is the young man that shot the CEO of United Healthcare. What I believe that was in November, right? And prosecutors released some documents which also included parts of his diary that shows, according to prosecutors, with their thinking why he targeted the UHC CEO. And then this horrific story of these poor little girls killed by their father, Travis Decker. I can't help to keep thinking of the two bloody handprints. Why would there be bloody handprints by the vehicle? Because their cause of death was asphyxiation. So I just keep thinking he did something to himself and they haven't found him. I don't know whether he slit his wrists. I don't know whether he did so, where would the bloody handprints come from? That's what my problem is there. I know there were, I don't know if they were clickbait or whatever. They were saying there were sightings and this and that. I get very skeptical of stuff like that. But we're going to talk about the newest developments in there. And then Lori Vallow, Daybell trial. I was listening to that today. Lori Vallow's opening statements were constantly objected to by the prosecution. And then the first witness was Brandon Boudreaux. They did the direct the prosecution, but very strangely, Lori didn't want to do the cross. The judge said the cross would be done at a later time and it would be explained. So they had some witnesses out of order. And, you know, I mean, it is what it is on that case. At this point, I mean, she's already been convicted of the Tammy with Tylee and with JJ and then with Charles Vallow. You know, a lot of times they'll just let something go at that point, but they want to really waste everyone's time and do this trial. Okay, it's not like she's getting out ever again. So it's kind of like it's really a, I don't know. You know, it's just kind of, it's crazy. Hi, Linda. So I was watching that. So we're going to talk about that. And then, of course, we'll go over nothing happened in Karen Reed today because the court, they took the day off. And then Diddy. Now, the big thing about Diddy that I heard today is that Diddy was admonished by the judge. And he was admonished by the judge because he's not supposed to show any facial expressions. He's not supposed to do any gestures or anything like that. But apparently he was nodding quite vigorously towards the jury. And he was admonished by the judge. And the judge, I believe, told him, don't let that happen again. Or I don't think he'll, what did he say? Don't let that happen again. He won't be in court, or I think he might be removed from the court or unable to attend or something like that. But we'll look that up with the other stuff. But yeah, he was admonished with that. And let me see what else we have. So we have all that to talk about tonight. But I think first, I mean, Lori, she started to quote she's very, oh, this is a case about conspiracy. Conspiracy is defined by blah, blah, blah. And we can see conspiracy and stuff like that in the Bible. And they're like, objection, where are you going with this? And then she did say something that was very funny. She's very soft spoken, very soft spoken, and she said something about she's a person. She was trying to say about her relationship to Brenda Boudreaux, and how how could he think that she would do anything like that, and how could he say that she would do anything like that? She just spreads like love and kindness, and that's what she's about. And she's just spreading this love, is what she said. Something like that, to that effect. I'm paraphrasing. And then she said, even to the prosecutors who are here trying to charge me with something I didn't do, I don't have any hostility towards them. I just spread love, love, love. That's basically, Lori today in court. Then they did Brandon Boudreaux, they did a neighbor, they did the person that Brandon Boudreaux rented a house from. And when Brandon Boudreaux was on the stand, they talked about, when did he get married? 2008. How long was he married? I believe he was married up until 2018. What happened? You're a member of the Church of Latter-day Saints. Yes, he said, but then there was an issue where it seemed that Lori was trying to get him excommunicated or something. I remember Lori was saying all of this crazy stuff. We went through this many times before, that, she had this thing where these people were turning into zombies or whatever it was. Now, Melanie, Brandon Boudreaux's wife, is the daughter of Lori's sister who passed away. So Lori was more like a mother to her, kind of, than an aunt. And they had a very close relationship, and Brandon Boudreaux said that, yes, we had a very close relationship with Lori. She was over a lot. And at one point, then Brandon Boudreaux reaches out to both Charles Vallow and, hi, Victoria, and to Lori about why is she doing this, like trying to get him it might not be excommunicated, but it's some kind of sanction with the church that's really bad. And why is she trying to get him to get divorced from his wife? Because he was saying our children will be punished if I get a divorce. And he's remarried again. You know, Melanie got married to Ian. So then they talked about that whole thing where he dropped off his child to preschool, went back to his house, and then he was shot at, right? And allegedly that was Lori's brother, Alex Cox, who's no longer alive. So, yeah, that was the gist of Lori in court today. But let's go to the new details for Travis Decker and see what's going on there, because that's changing. Okay, let's see here. Officials released additional photos and a new video, they say, of Travis Decker, who's on the run from law enforcement in connection to the murders of his 3 daughters. He's 32 years old. He's wanted on kidnapping and first-degree murder and custodial interference in the murders of Paitlin Decker, 9, Evelyn Decker, 8, and Olivia Decker, 5. More than a 2-day search for the sisters. The grim discovery was found at a remote campground. They had plastic bags over each of their heads. They had been zip-tied. Unbelievable. The court papers revealed the tragic findings sparked the manhunt, and the sheriff's office said that it was narrowing its search for Decker after gathering new information. There's an online fundraiser for the sister's mother that's now raised nearly $1 million. By this afternoon, authorities released new pictures and videos of Travis Decker. Let's see, in some of those pictures, get this one over here. Let's see. The children's mother, Whitney Decker, reported the children missing on May 30th, which is a Friday. After they left their Wenatchee home, they went on a planned visit with their father, and they were not returned home at the time they were supposed to be returned home. And that prompted a call to the police and ultimately the discovery of the girls. Now, there's a lot of clickbait going around YouTube because there were people putting this out and saying that these sightings were after the murders. But that's not true. That's not true. This picture right here, from what I believe, is when he was picking up his girls. Let me just make sure of that. But they were released, but they're not after. Let me see here. Yeah, that I'm sure of it. Let's see. Just before noon local time, here it is, on June 5th, the Chelan County Sheriff's Office released updated information about law enforcement's efforts, saying, and I quote, "Our teams have written and executed several search warrants around the area and on electronic devices that belong to Travis Decker. Under Sheriff Dan Osmond said that he had gathered new information, which in turn has given them more leads to follow up on. He did not elaborate, but warned those who own cabins or live in remote areas of Chelan, Kittitas, King, Snohomish, and Okanagan counties to be on high alert because Decker was still at large. As law enforcement conducts their searches, we are asking for those owners to lock all of their doors, to include any sheds and outbuildings, and leave their windows, blinds open. And we recommend leaving outside lights on. Authorities in Washington say Decker may have scoped out a hiding location before he ventured out into the wilderness. Yeah, but why were there bloody handprints? Please tell me this. Investigators learned from Decker's father he is well versed in outdoor survival, a skill he may have assisted his a skill that may have assisted his efforts to avoid detection. In addition to being an outdoorsman, Decker attended mountain survival school and he served in the U.S. Army. It seems like at times he would go out and he would be living off grid for sometimes up to 2.5 months. He could have scoped out this area before he put supplies out there and has the ability and the knowledge to survive for a long period of time. The 3 girls likely died of asphyxiation. Their wrists were also zip-tied and showed signs of being zip-tied. Each girl was found with a plastic bag over her head. The father, exhibited mental health issues prior to the girls' murders, according to the court filings. Yeah, I don't... Let's see. Let's see what else we have. Trying to see what else, if there's anything else. Let's see. Travis was living out of a white 2017 GMC Sierra pickup truck at the time the girls vanished. So he was homeless, living out, and that's all. Like, I don't understand why if he was homeless and living out of a truck, having mental health issues. Wow, too bad he wasn't only allowed to have supervised visits, right? He graduated from Pewaukee High School in the Milwaukee metropolitan area, and he's a native of Pewaukee, Wisconsin. Let's see. He was a member of a standout 2010 Pewaukee wrestling team that reached state finals. Okay, so he's a survivalist, U.S. Army, wrestler, homeless, mental issues, living out of his truck. Why were there 2 bloody? Why were the 2 bloody handprints? Where do they think the bloody handprints are from? That's the thing that's baffling to me. Unless they know something with the girls afterwards. He did. I don't know. Let's see now. Let me see what you guys were saying. Do you guys have any thoughts about the bloody handprints? Let me see. Anybody have any thoughts about the bloody... Hi, little lady. Any thoughts about the bloody handprints? Hi, Bucky Ann. Does anybody have any thoughts why there would be bloody handprints? I mean, if the girls were asphyxiated, Because if he had bloody handprints, did he do something to himself? Because haven't we had many cases like this where they couldn't find the person, then they found the person off of a cliff or something? I don't know. I'm questioning whether he would want to live after that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think so, Gail. I'm saying that. Were they his handprints? They don't say, all they say is bloody handprints. That's all they say. I think so. I think he did harm himself. I really do think that. I think that. But that's okay. Let's go on to Mangione, okay? All right, is this my Mangione? Yes. All right, let me pull this over. We just see another plane burst into flames, and it was whatchamacallit, what am I looking for? It was what was the wording they used? It was caused by human error. They took something apart and put it back wrong, and it caught on fire. Okay, people of the state of New York against Luigi Mangione. Joel Seidemann, an attorney admitted to practice. Okay, let's hear it go. We don't have to go through all this, what he's doing here, right? This is a response to the defendant's motion to suppress statements to law enforcement. But what we're really interested in here is the diary of Luigi Mangione that we're going to go see. So, defendant moves to preclude the people from calling witnesses who are sufficiently familiar with him to assist the jury in identifying him in certain video footage collected by NYPD. So there is some new video of Luigi Mangione that's surfaced that they have of him walking. He's in a black coat. He looks to be talking on a cell phone. It's zippered up almost to his eyes. And during this time, the CEO, this is the night before, I believe it was, walks by him. So they're saying that shows his, stalking. And let's see. So that's what I'm sure this is about here. In December of 2024, Mr. Brian Thompson, CEO of United Healthcare, Mr. Thompson came to New York the first week of December 2024 to attend a conference, the yearly investor conference, right? Mr. Thompson, one of the presenters, was set to arrive at the Hilton Hotel before 7 a.m. on December 4th. He arrived in front of the Hilton Hotel at approximately 6:45 a.m. The defendant, that's Luigi Mangione, dressed entirely in black and wearing a backpack, quickly crossed the street and approached Mr. Thompson from behind. The defendant drew a homemade ghost gun. Ghost gun being a gun that's a non-traceable. It's a gun that's built together, doesn't have serial numbers, etc., right? Okay, hold on. I just want to make sure I can get a hold of you guys here. Okay. And it was equipped with a homemade silencer, and he shot Mr. Thompson once in the back, once in the leg from point-blank range, thereby killing him. Following the shooting, Luigi Mangione ran. Remember, there was a manhunt for Luigi Mangione. Um, wow. That must be fireworks. Okay, never mind. Um, hold on a minute. Jimmy, did you hear that explosion? Yeah. I don't know if it was fireworks or something. It came, yeah, it came from back here.
What kind of boom was
Like a big one, like a mortar. Go out and check the cameras. Okay, so let's see. So he was shot him, and then the defendant ran from the scene, and during his flight, he dropped a blue Motorola cell phone that was later recovered. You know, isn't that crazy, right? They're running from this thing, and they drop a cell phone. You know what I mean? It's like the knife sheath left behind. It's crazy. So he drops the cell phone. It's later recovered and examined. Video surveillance from before the shooting showed the defendant drinking from an Ethos water bottle, discarding the bottle in a trash can near the shooting location. Canvas of the defendant's path of flight after the shooting revealed that he discarded the backpack he was wearing that was discarded in Central Park, which contained a black jacket and a piece of chewed gum, among other items. Mr. Thompson had been shot with a 9mm semi-automatic pistol. The bullet that killed him entered the left side of the back before piercing his liver, going through his heart, exiting the front of the left side of the chest. Although NYPD arrived within minutes and immediately summoned EMS, Mr. Thompson was dead prior to EMS's arrival. Efforts to resuscitate the 50-year-old guest to our city were to no avail. Defendant did not say a word to Mr. Thompson before assassinating him, nor did the defendant take any property from Mr. Thompson, who was wearing a Rolex watch after shooting him. For several days, NYPD detectives and police officers worked around the clock to trace the shooter's movements in New York City, from his arrival at a Port Authority bus terminal on November 24th of 2024 until his flight on December 4th. The investigation showed that at 7:47 p.m. on December 3rd, the night before the execution, defendant was walking on West 54th Street and 6th Avenue adjacent to the Hilton Hotel. He appeared to be talking on a cell phone. And as he walked down the street, Mr. Thompson walked past him in the opposite direction. The next day, December 4th, the defendant left the hostel where he was staying very early in the morning, arriving by bicycle at the Hilton Hotel at 5:50 a.m. Okay. And at 5:52, he entered the hotel, only to exit at 6 a.m. By 6:22 a.m., defendant was lying in wait across the street from the Hilton in the plaza next to Ziegfeld Theater. Defendant waited at the location till 6:45 when he saw Mr. Thompson walking across the street near the hotel. Defendant quickly crossed the street and approached Mr. Thompson from behind, shooting him in the back from a distance of approximately 3 to 6 feet. The police recovered ballistics evidence from the crime scene. On one shell casing, Den, D-E-N, had been written in black marker. On another, Depose had been written in black marker. And on a live cartridge, Delay had been written in black marker. NYPD conducted an extensive video canvass entailing review of hundreds of hours of footage from cameras all over the city. The relevant footage revealed that starting on November 24th, defendant had been staying at the that's the hostel, New York City hostel on the Upper West Side. When he checked in, he used a fake New Jersey's driver's license bearing the name Mark Rosario. selected portions of the video and still photos compiled by NYPD were released to the media in order to help locate the shooter, and reports of the homicide recovered extensive media coverage nationwide. On December 9, 2024, a defendant was arrested in Altoona, Pennsylvania, after being spotted at a local McDonald's by a McDonald's employee who recognized him from television coverage about the case. When the defendant was arrested, police recovered the 9mm handgun with the 3D printed receiver, the housing for the gun's main components, 2 ammunition magazines, multiple live cartridges, a homemade silencer, and a fake New Jersey ID in the name of Mark Rosario, just like the fake ID that was used to check into the hostel. Altoona police also recovered $7,800 in cash, along with some foreign currency and a passport from the defendant at the time of his arrest. In addition, at the time of his arrest in Altoona, Pennsylvania, the Altoona Police Department recovered a red notebook that the defendant used as his diary. The diary contained several entries, including 2 entries on separate dates that explained in unambiguous terms the defendant's intent and his motive in deliberately assassinating the CEO of the country's largest health insurance company. The entry, dated August 15, 2024, reads in pertinent part as follows: I finally feel confident about what I will do. The details are coming together, and I don't feel any doubt about whether it's right, justified. I'm glad, in a way, that I procrastinated, because it allowed me to learn more about United Healthcare. KMD would have been an unjustified catastrophe that would be perceived mostly as sick, but more importantly, unhelpful. Would do nothing to spread awareness, improve people's lives. The target is insurance. It checks every box. On October 22nd, 2024, approximately 1.5 months before Brian Thompson's assassination, defendant again stated his motives for the assassination. Defendant wrote 1.5 months. The investor conference is a true windfall. It embodies everything wrong with our healthcare system, and, most importantly, the message becomes self-evident. The problem with most revolutionary acts is that the message is lost on normies. For example, Ted K., and there he's talking about Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, right? Makes some good points on the future of humanity, but to make his point, he indiscriminately mail bombs innocents. Normies categorize him as an insane serial killer, focus on the act, atrocities themselves, and dismiss his ideas. And, most importantly, by committing indiscriminate atrocities, he becomes a monster, which makes his ideas those of a monster. No matter how true, he crosses the line from revolutionary, anarchist to terrorist, the worst thing a person can be. He continued, this is the problem with most militants that rebel against often real injustices. They commit an atrocity whose horror either outweighs the impact of their message, or whose distance from their message prevents normies from connecting the dots. Consequently, the revolutionary idea becomes associated with extremism, incoherence, or evil. An idea that no reasonable member of society could approve of. Rather than win public support, they lose it. The revolutionary actions are actively counterproductive. Defendant went on to ask himself, so, Say you want to rebel against the deadly greed-fueled health insurance cartel. Do you bomb the HQ? No. Bombs equal terrorism. Such actions appear the unjustified anger of someone who simply got sick, had bad luck, and took their frustration out on the insurance industry while recklessly endangering countless employees. The defendant decided that instead of carrying out a bombing, one should whack the CEO at the annual parasitic bean counter convention. It's targeted, precise, and doesn't risk innocence. Most importantly, the point is self-evident. The point is made in the news headline, Insurance CEO Killed at Annual Investors Conference. It brings to light the event itself. A bunch of suits from J.P. Morgan and Morgan Stanley meeting at a fancy NYC conference to discuss growth rations and MLR of a company that literally extracts human life force for money. It conveys a greedy bastard that had it coming. Members of the public can focus on greed, on the event, through reasonable, acceptable discussion. Finally, the hit is a real blow to the company financials. All those analysts and institutional investors who came to be wooed by insurance executives, that opportunity is snuffed in an instant. Instead, the company becomes a hot topic, perhaps best to invest elsewhere and let that one cool off. Photocopies of the defendant's manifesto, as contained in his red notebook, are attached. At the time of the defendant's arrest, his possessions also included a note that was addressed to the FBI that read as follows: To the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly, I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial. Some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, a lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife or trauma, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder, the U.S. has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank number 42 in life expectancy. UHC is the 5th largest company in the U.S. by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, Walmart. It has grown and grown, but has our life expectancy? No. The reality is that these mafioso have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. But many have illuminated the corruption and greed, e.g. Rosenthal and Moore, decades ago, and the problem simply remains. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I am the first to face it with such brutal honesty. P.S. You can check serial numbers to verify this is all self-funded. My own ATM withdrawals. A photocopy of the defendant's confession to the FBI is attached. Microscopic analysis of the ballistics evidence revealed that the shell casings recovered at the scene were fired by the gun that was in the defendant's possession at the time of his arrest. Additionally, DNA analysis showed the defendant's DNA was on the cell phone. The water bottle, the knapsack, the gum and the gum wrapper discarded by the shooter during his flight, the New York PD's latent print unit identified the defendant's fingerprints on the water bottle and a kind candy bar wrapper that was discarded in a garbage can in the plaza adjacent to the Ziegfeld Theater prior to the shooting. Defendant did not have health insurance with UHC during the period of time from 2014 to 2024. On December 17th of 2024, a New York County grand jury voted to indict the defendant for 1 count of murder in the first degree and 1 count of murder in the second degree as a crime of terrorism, and 1 count of murder in the second degree under PL, 2 counts of criminal possession of a weapon in the second degree under PL, and 1 count of criminal possession of a weapon in the third degree under PL, and PI. I'm sorry. Let me clean my glasses because I cannot see. I have a bad eye with my lens, but now my glasses are filthy, and I'm seeing that period and the I going to an L instead of an I and a period. So PI. Let me just clean these. Hold on a minute. Okay, let's go back to this. Under it is PL. See, now my eyes are really going. Okay, that's crazy. Sorry. 2 counts of criminal possession of a weapon in the third degree under PL, and 1 count of criminal possession of a weapon in the third degree under PL, 1 count of criminal possession of a weapon in the fourth degree under PL, and 1 count of criminal possession of a forged instrument in the second degree under PL. At least my glasses are clean now anyway, though. The identity of Brian Thompson's assassin is no mystery. The grand jury presentation thoroughly established the defendant's identity as the man who plotted for months to assassinate Brian Thompson before following through on that plot in the early morning hours of December 4th of 2024 by shooting the father of 2 in the back at a point-blank range. His written words, both in a manifesto and a short confession letter addressed to the FBI, established his responsibility for the vicious crime. Both of these writings were in his possession at the time of his arrest. The Altoona police recovered a homemade ghost gun from the defendant, and sure enough, the ballistics analysis revealed that it was the gun that fired the bullets that killed Mr. Thompson. Additional forensic evidence recovered by the NYPD in the form of items discarded by the defendant at the crime scene and during his flight were all tied to him through DNA, comparisons, and fingerprints. And hundreds of hours of video footage retrieved by NYPD detectives tracked the shooter's movements, further establishing that it was the defendant who murdered 50-year-old Brian Thompson as he strolled down a Midtown street in Manhattan. If ever there was an open and shut case pointing to the defendant's guilt, this case is that case. Simply put, one would be hard-pressed to find a case with such overwhelming evidence of guilt as to the identity of the murderer and the premeditated nature of the assassination. The evidence before the grand jury thoroughly supported the conclusion that there was reasonable cause to believe the defendant's murder of Mr. Thompson was an act of terrorism. Okay, let's go over here. Just going over that. They're talking about the language. Okay. The shooting itself speaks volumes of the defendant's intent. The defendant chose to shoot the CEO of the United States' largest healthcare company in front of the hotel where the company was about to conduct its annual investor conference. The defendant chose to execute Brian Thompson in Midtown Manhattan, a place widely recognized as the media capital of the world. There was no evidence before the grand jury that defendant shot Brian Thompson in the back because of some personal vendetta, nor was there any evidence that the defendant knew Brian Thompson or had ever met him. There was not even any evidence that the defendant had ever received insurance from United Healthcare. Defendant's apparent goal in assassinating Mr. Thompson was thus to send a message. The video of the crime establishes that this was not a typical street crime. Defendant did not say a word to Brian Thompson before he shot him in the back. After Mr. Thompson's body crumbled and he fell to the pavement, The defendant casually walked over to the body, apparently to make certain that Mr. Thompson was dead. The fact that the defendant left Mr. Thompson's Rolex watch on his dead body demonstrates that robbery was not the motivation behind the assassination. Finally, the defendant communicated the motive behind the assassination by marking 2 shell casings with the words "den" and "depose," and marking "delay" on the live cartridge. Thus, the particulars of the shooting itself, its target, its timing, its location, and the markings left on the ballistics all made it clear that the defendant's intent was not to settle a personal vendetta or to steal something, but to violently broadcast a social and political message to the public at large. The defendant's intentions were obvious from his acts, but his writing served to make these intentions explicit. The defendant made crystal clear in his manifesto that his target was the insurance industry. It checks every box. And more specifically, his targets included bean counters, the analysts, and the institutional investors who defendant hoped to drive out of investing in the company and the industry. Even prior to August 15th, 2024, he researched United Healthcare. Having no business relationship with them, he chose United Healthcare solely because they were the largest health insurance company and one of the country's largest companies by market cap. UHC became the symbol of what the defendant characterized as the deadly greed-fueled health insurance cartel. The defendant's writings further show that he hoped that the murder of another human being would trigger widespread action. His entry, October 22nd, 2024, also shows that he was seeking to reach the largest possible audience by whacking the CEO at the annual parasitic bean counter convention. Defendant was hoping for a headline that read, "Insurance CEO Killed at Annual Investors Conference." The defendant held out hope as he reflected in his writings in his manifesto that the murder would achieve multiple purposes. It would intimidate all employees of the health insurance business, and it would cause the members of the public to focus on the greed of the health insurance industry, and it would intimidate investors and financial analysts from investing in the industry. And in the defendant's confession to the FBI, he expressed no remorse for the taking of a human life, referring to Brian Thompson as a parasite and a mafioso. Excuse me. He insisted that it had to be done because these parasites had it coming. He listed the deficiencies in the healthcare system, noting that Rosenthal and Moore had written about the corruption and greed decades ago, but the problem remained. Having shot and killed a man in cold blood, he patted himself on the back for his evil act and saying, "I am the first to face it," i.e. the problem, with such brutal honesty. All of the writings convey one clear message, that the murder of Brian Thompson was indeed to bring about revolutionary change to the healthcare industry. The defendant targeting UHC had nothing to do with anything that the company had done to him personally. In fact, he had no business relationship with the company. Brian Thompson and UHC were simply symbols of the healthcare industry and what the defendant considered a deadly greed-fueled cartel. To a limited extent, the defendant achieved his dastardly goals by inspiring a vocal minority of individuals to engage in a broader campaign of threats of violence against UHC employees and other health insurance workers. An executive of UHC testified before the grand jury on December 17th, only 2 weeks after Brian Thompson had been assassinated, about threats that were aimed at UHC executives in the aftermath of Brian Thompson's execution. That executive detailed how posters featuring the words deny, defend, depose, words nearly identical to those that appeared on the ammunition used to kill Brian Thompson appeared in New York City with the pictures and names of two other UHC executives alongside a picture of Brian Thompson with an X through it. UHC doctors and civilians who were assigned to send out denial letters to customers feared for their safety and requested that they not be required to sign their names to the denials. The company acceded to such requests, even though certain state laws required that names appear on such letters. Some UHC physicians quit their jobs out of fear of retribution. The company advised its employees not to wear company-branded clothing. UHC's call center specialist received death threats. The grand jury heard a small sampling of these calls, and during one call, the call center specialist asked, "To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking with today?" The caller responded, "You are going to hang. That's you are going to hang. You know what that means. That means that the killing of Brian Thompson was just a start. There are a lot more that are going to be taken out. The only question is whether you're going to be their collateral damage when it's done or not." There were several calls of a similar tenor. Online threats prompted UHC to pull pictures of its senior executives from their website. Plainclothes policemen were hired to protect UHC's headquarters in Minnesota. There were threats made to employees at UHC's Penn Station office in New York City. 40 of the company's executives received personal security. One executive who received threats dyed her hair and moved into a temporary home out of fear for her safety. UHC was not the only insurance company targeted. Posters threatening Emblem Health CEO were posted outside the company's Manhattan headquarters on December 10th, bearing the CEO's picture and stating, "Healthcare CEOs should not feel safe. Deny, defend, oppose." In sum, the defendant's intent was obvious from his actions, his writings, and the nature and probable and actual consequences of his actions. The defendant nonetheless insists that the grand jury lacked reasonable cause to believe that he acted with terroristic intent. At the outset, the defendant claims that the grand jury presentation was legally insufficient because the terrorism statutes require attacks on multiple civilians, and defendant only directed his premeditated murderous intent on a single individual. Defendant further claims that he did not intend to intimidate or coerce a civilian population on the ground that only certain kinds of defined classes such as gender, race, nationality, ethnicity, religion, or the like count as civilian populations within the meaning of the relevant statutes. He also claims that the grand jury presentation is deficient since his manifesto did not specifically express an intent to coerce or intimidate UHC employees. And since the defendant never released his manifesto to the public, furthermore, defendant asks to blame law enforcement for intimidating or coercing a civilian population, claiming that law enforcement should not have shared with the public information about the tragic circumstances of Mr. Thompson's murder. Defendant places much reliance on the legislative history of PL Article 490 and People v. Morales in claiming that the premeditated murder of Brian Thompson in furtherance of a revolutionary anarchist plan to target the healthcare industry falls outside of the definition of terrorism. Simply put, the defendant is wrong. Both the legislative history of the statute and the Court of Appeals decision in Morales demonstrate with total clarity that the statute was specifically designed to punish as acts of terrorism the kinds of acts committed in this case. Morales explains that the definitional provisions of penal law, Article 490, were drawn from the federal definition of international terrorism. Those federal anti-terrorism statutes were in turn designed to criminalize acts as the detonation of bombs in a metropolitan area or the deliberate assassinations of persons to strike fear into others to deter them from exercising their rights.
The bolded language clearly describes the defendant's conduct here. Aside from defendant's obvious intent to intimidate the employees of UHC and the other healthcare companies, it is abundantly clear that Brian Thompson's execution was designed to intimidate investors and analysts from advising their clients to invest in the health insurance companies. The defendant specifically stated as much as in his writings. He explained that the best way to rebel against the deadly greed-fueled health insurance cartel was to whack the CEO. He expressly targeted the health insurance industry, lamenting that past efforts to raise the public's awareness about the industry were fruitless. Defendant's choice of the occasion for the assassination, the investor conference, likewise demonstrated his concerted effort to broadcast his message of ideological intimidation as broadly and loudly as possible. He characterized the investor conference as a true windfall, because assassinating the CEO at the annual parasitic bean counter convention would make his point self-evident, so that it would be understood from the news headline, "Insurance CEO Killed at Annual Investors Conference," and he celebrated how the assassination at that particular time and place would bring to light the event itself. The 300 analysts who attended the investor conference were due to convene in a ballroom at the Hilton Hotel next to where Brian Thompson was executed. The message the defendant was so eager to broadcast was spelled out in his October 22, 2024 manifesto entry. In that entry, he wrote of revolutionary acts and how to achieve them while garnering the support of the public at large. Clearly, the defendant was seeking to bring about a revolution in healthcare and to abolish health insurance companies. While this is of no solace to Mr. Thompson, his family, or his friends, the assassination was not personal to Mr. Thompson, but rather a necessary part of the defendant's evil plan to usher revolutionary changes to the delivery of healthcare in the United States through the barrel of a gun. Defendants express ideological ambitions readily distinguish this case from the kind of normal street crime that the Morales court said did not fall within the meaning of an act of terrorism. The Morales decision explained that an analogous federal statute extending federal jurisdiction to certain crimes committed against Americans abroad with the intent to coerce, intimidate, or retaliate against a civilian population was not meant to reach normal street crime, such as a drive-by shooting, robbery, or personal vendettas. Morales therefore held that when one gang commits crimes against another gang, this falls in the category of normal street crime, that the terrorism statute did not intend to punish. Another fundamental difference between Morales and the defendant's crime is that the gang's crimes had personal motives, separate and apart from the purported effect on the neighborhood. The murder in Morales was committed out of a animus towards the other gang. This is a far cry from the defendant, who had no reason other than his terroristic purpose to kill Brian Thompson. The defendant's sensational assassination of Brian Thompson at the annual investor conference was certainly not a normal street crime. It was not a robbery, as the defendant did not steal Brian Thompson's Rolex after calmly sauntering over to his body to make sure that the assassination was successful. And nor can it be said to be the product of a personal vendetta, since there was no evidence that the defendant knew Brian Thompson. Defendant demonstrated in his manifesto that he was a revolutionary anarchist who would usher in a better healthcare system by killing the CEO of the fourth largest company in the United States by market cap. This brutal, cowardly murder was the mechanism the defendant chose to bring on that revolution. Defendant's revolutionary anarchist ambitions thus differentiate him from the gang members who were carrying out ordinary street crime in Morales. Okay, so next, the defendant claims that the New York legislature did not intend to apply an act of terrorism designation to cases where a shooting was directed at a single individual. But the defendant does not, and indeed cannot, cite any authority for that claim. Indeed, the plain language of New York's terrorism statute does not require that a defendant target more than one victim before being guilty of murder as a crime of terrorism. It is a black letter law that the governing rule of statutory construction is that the courts are obliged to interpret a statute to effectuate the intent of the legislature, and when that statutory language is clear and unambiguous, it should be construed so as to give effect to the plain meaning of the words. The plain meaning of the relevant statutes encompasses single victim murders. The plain language of the statute thus refutes the suggestion that murder as a crime of terrorism requires multiple victims. So we'll go on from that. These are just going over and over the cases of them. We don't have to go over all of that because it's on to the next thing. Defendant's terroristic intent need not to be posted or advertised. He claims that even if some of his writings expressed a desire to generate massive amounts of publicity and to intimidate large swaths of the population, he cannot be charged as an act of terrorism because he didn't publish those writings. If this were indeed the law, then many, if not most, of acts of terrorism could not be prosecuted. Under this unusual theory, 9/11 could not have been prosecuted absent Osama bin Laden's public announcement of his motive. In so claiming, defendant appears to conflate the definition of an act of terrorism with the definition of making a terroristic threat. The latter crime punishes the defendant who threatens to commit or cause to be committed to a specific offense and thereby causes a reasonable expectation of fear of imminent commission of such offense. In that crime, the threat itself is the actus reus. Without the threat being made known to others, therefore can be no reasonable expectation or fear of the imminent commission of such offense. But when it comes to murder as an act of terrorism, in this actual murder, thus the issue of intent is to coerce a civilian population or to influence government policy by murder is solely an issue of proof that can be established by inferring intent from the act alone. So what he's saying is that he didn't make his manifestos public. He didn't make any of that public. The police did. The investigators did. The FBI did. How can he be charged for that? He didn't put that public. Do you understand what he's saying? Okay? So he's saying that how can you charge him for that? It was in his backpack. He didn't make any of that public. They shouldn't have put that public. That's what he's saying. Okay? So he boasted that by carrying out the assassination of Brian Thompson at the investor conference, his point would be made in the news headline, CEO killed at annual investors conference, and his message would become self-evident. If the defendant now claims that those messages somehow did not capture his intent, that he can make the argument to a jury at trial. Similarly, it's absurd for the defendant to try to shift all the responsibility for intimidating civilian populations onto law enforcement on the theory that law enforcement publicized certain aspects of the circumstances surrounding the murder. That argument ignores the elephant in the room. Acts of terror are specifically designed to draw public attention to the act. When you write about the beauty of whacking the CEO at the investor conference and what the headlines would be, you're hardly in a position to complain about the press coverage and fear you generated by deliberately gunning down a father of two as he walked down a midtown street. When you write in your manifesto that the shooting brings to light the event itself, you make it clear that you yourself are seeking the publicity your attorney now complains about. In his letter to the FBI, that was recovered by the Altoona police, the defendant wrote that the spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. The same person who told the FBI that he locked down his technology thus encouraged investigators to consult his manifesto in a calculated move to spread his bloody plan near and far. Anyone who works in the healthcare industry had to have been intimidated by the three words, deny, delay, depose, discovered by the police on the ballistics evidence, that could rightly fear copycat killers who, reading about the case, would follow in the footsteps of the defendant in executing individuals because they didn't like the company they worked for. Defendant wrote these words for the specific purpose of spreading violence and hate. Let's see. Double jeopardy claims are premature and in any case without merit. Defendant assassinated Brian Thompson on December 4th. The call of shots fired came through very quickly, and within minutes, police officers Michael Ball and Jose Leslie were trying to save Brian Thompson's life. NYPD presence at the scene of this deliberate execution was soon extensive, and from that point through the present, NYPD has conducted an extensive, highly professional investigation and into the assassination of Brian Thompson. Numerous uniformed police officers, detectives, and civilians worked around the clock from December 4th until the defendant's arrest on December 9th, with one goal in mind: to identify the person who viciously shot Brian Thompson in the back as he walked in Midtown Manhattan. Specialized NYPD units actively participated in the investigation, including ballistics analysts, latent print analysts, and the crime scene unit. NYPD has received assistance in the investigation from the New York County District Attorney's Office. Within hours of the shooting, 2 assistant district attorneys were interviewing potential witnesses at the Midtown North Precinct. Several prosecutors have assisted in the investigation and prosecution. Danny's own high-tech analysis unit has worked extensively to extract, filter, and analyze the electronic devices and evidence recovered during the investigation. The New York City Office of the Chief Medical Examiner provided indispensable evidence in the form of DNA profiles and comparisons. The defendant was arrested by the Altoona Police Department on December 9th. On that day, 3 Danny prosecutors and several NYPD officers traveled to Altoona to interview the local officers involved in the defendant's apprehension. While in Altoona, 1 Danny ADA drafted an affirmation in support of a warrant for the defendant's arrest, which provided legal authority for the state of Pennsylvania to hold the defendant on the behalf of the state of New York. The Honorable Michael Ryan of the Criminal Court of the City of New York signed the arrest warrant. After the ADAs returned to New York, Danny prepared for a presentation of the evidence to the grand jury. Initially, the defendant refused to waive extradition, but after a few days, he had a change of heart and he agreed to return to New York. A total of 25 witnesses testified before the New York County grand jury. 6 of them came in from Altoona to testify. The remaining 19 witnesses were civilians and members of the New York City Police Department, New York County District Attorney's Office, and the New York City Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. All of the evidence presented to the grand jury was developed by NYPD, Danny, OCME, and the Altoona Police Department. The New York County grand jury indicted the defendant on December 17th, just 13 days after the assassination. Once the indictment was filed, the New York State Supreme Court issued a second arrest warrant for the defendant, and that is customary after indictments where the defendant has yet to be arrested. Defendant was arraigned in State Supreme Court before the Honorable Gregory Caro on December 23rd. Meanwhile, the federal role in the instant case began on December 18th, when a writ was served on NYPD to produce the defendant into federal custody. Defendant was taken into custody December 19th after having been returned from Altoona to New York City by NYPD helicopter. Defendant was arraigned in federal district court before the magistrate judge Catherine Parker on December 19th on a federal complaint. The court adjourned the case until January 18th for preliminary hearing. As a result of the writ, defendant was lodged in the Metropolitan Detention Center, a federal facility. At defendant's state Supreme Court arraignment, December 23rd, defense counsel, while evidently taking into account upcoming federal litigation, urged that the litigation proceed as expeditiously as possible. First, we request immediate, expedited discovery in this case. The people have had this case for almost 3 weeks, and that's more than enough time to gather as much information as they can give to us, especially now that we have to answer to one of them being death eligible. So we are requesting that we get immediate discovery of all of the New York City Police Department and FBI and state documents. On the next court date, February 21st, 2025, defense counsel objected to the court's setting of a motion schedule, claiming that they could not make motions until they receive all of the discovery, and that, in any case, the need for them to file mitigation papers to federal prosecutors regarding the potential death penalty prevented them from filing motions. Justice Caro set a motion schedule requiring the defense to file the omnibus motions by April 9th. Defense counsel wrote the court prior to April 9th deadline requesting they be able to file their omnibus motion on June 26th, approximately 8 months after defendant's Supreme Court arraignment. The court granted the defendant an additional 2-week adjournment until April 23rd. Defendant requested an additional week to file the omnibus motion. The court granted the defendant's request, and the defense filed its omnibus motion on the evening of April 30th. The court has previously indicated that it anticipates scheduled hearings to take place in the fall of 2025. The federal court case against this defendant proceeded slowly. Despite the magistrate Judge Parker's scheduling efforts, there was no preliminary hearing on January 18th. The case was again adjourned, one of the several adjournments while awaiting presentation of evidence to the federal grand jury. Finally, the federal indictment was handed down on April 17th, exactly 4 months after the state indictment and nearly 4 months after the defendant's arraignment before the magistrate Judge Parker. Defense counsel has asked this court to defer the state's trial until the federal trial is completed. In making this request, defense counsel states that because the federal prosecutors have indicated that they will be seeking the death penalty against the defendant, defense counsel will be filing a series of motions that will delay the federal trial date for several years. Every scheduling consideration, the timing of the indictment, the progress of the case thus far, and the anticipated motion practice demonstrates that the state prosecution is well ahead of the federal prosecution. Defendant now raises the novel argument that this case should be delayed indefinitely because his concurrent state and federal prosecution violate various constitutional rights. He points to 3 cases that were prosecuted both by the state and federal authorities, alleging that this limited sample provides that the state must hold its prosecution in abeyance until the federal case is resolved. In 2 of the 3 cases, the state agreed to hold its case in abeyance. The circumstances surrounding the state's decision to defer to the federal prosecutor are absent from the defendant's motion. Nor does the defendant cite any case law for the proposition that when the federal government seeks to impose the death penalty, the state must defer trying its case until the federal death penalty case is completed. Thus, the defendant's allegation of legal impediment lacks factual and legal basis. Defendant complains that Mr. Mangione will be forced to defend his federal death penalty case while at the same time defending against the state prosecution seeking life imprisonment, a truly unprecedented and untenable situation. Defendant himself provides the facts that refute this allegation. As the defendant is well aware, once the court renders its decision on the defendant's omnibus motion in July of 2025, the state case may be adjourned for hearings and trial. Thus, a trial date on state charges is imminent. By contrast, due to the extensive litigation attendant to any death penalty case, the defendant does not anticipate the federal case going to trial for several years. 2 of the cases cited by the defendant involved delays of 5 to 6 years before the federal case went to trial. It thus appears that the state trial will be completed several years before any federal trial begins. As such, it is disingenuous for the defendant to claim that he is required to defend both cases at the same time. Next, the defendant claims that the double jeopardy clause of the Fifth Amendment is violated by concurrent state and federal prosecutions. Defendant, apparently aware of controlling United States Supreme Court law permitting the 2 prosecutions, asked the court not to rely upon majority opinions of the highest court in the land, but to rely on the dissenting opinions of Justice Ginsburg and Justice Gorsuch. Defendant, rather than conceding that 70 years of court decisions have held the United States Constitution permits the state and federal government to try him without violating the double jeopardy clause, invites the court to depart from firmly established constitutional law by adopting the reasoning of 2 dissenting justices in Gamble. Okay, and then it goes on and on. We're not going to go all over that case, okay? Defendant is in essence asking the court to adjourn the state case for years so that the federal prosecution can proceed at the expense of the state prosecution. But there is nothing in the CPL or in the New York law more generally that provides that someone in the defendant's position gets to choose which of the prosecution proceeds first. Furthermore, such a request is unreasonable given the particulars of the 2 prosecutions in question. The trial court is charged with ensuring the efficient administration of justice and entitled to deny requests for unnecessary and dilatory adjournments. The effect, if not purpose, of the defendant's motion to this court is to delay the trial in the state case as to make it more difficult for the prosecution to pursue the charges for which the defendant was indicted by a New York grand jury. What is fresh in a witness's mind today will fade with time. Police officers may retire and move to new locations, calling into question their availability. Okay, so he's trying to get that. That's not looking for that to happen. And next, the defendant claims that were he to proceed first on New York State's terrorism-related charges, he could not argue that his alleged conduct was targeted towards one individual rather than a civilian population without then incriminating himself in the federal case, charging him with stalking that one individual. According to the defendant, this scenario would preclude him from the ability to waive his Fifth Amendment rights and testify on his own behalf, as by doing so, he could be providing the federal government with evidence that would be used against him in their prosecution. Defendant claims that allowing the state prosecution to proceed to trial first would violate Mr. Mangione's constitutional rights to defend himself and would force him, despite his presumption of innocence, to choose between the scala of life imprisonment and the sharpness of the death penalty in order to meaningfully defend himself. He's concerned about publicity. The defendant expresses concern about the publicity surrounding his state proceedings that could make it impossible for him to find a fair and impartial jury in a federal court. But the newly found aversion to publicity is curious, as the defendant's arraignment defense counsel consented to television coverage while alleging that Mayor Adams had violated the defendant's rights. Defense counsel also wrote the court on March 26, 2025, requesting that all court proceedings be televised. The motivation behind the request is obvious. Rather than using these proceedings as a way to litigate his guilt or innocence, the defendant is seeking to use these proceedings to attract media attention and broadcast his ideological views to the public. So let's see. I got to get a drink here and just hold on a minute.
Hi, Victoria. How are you? Hi, 61. How are you?
Okay, the defense team put together a website for the defendant that contained statements made by Ms. Friedman, Agnifilio, and that she is the wife, right, of the one that's defending Diddy. Both inside and outside the courtroom, as well as a statement by the defendant. Let's see. Ms. Friedman, Agnifilio, was again publicized the alleged prejudicial information she complained about, alerting everybody who accused the defendant's website that there was an HBO special on the case. The website links to a Give, Send, Go fundraising website on which the defense also seeks to attract media attention by publicizing the defendant's revolutionary message and complaining of mistreatment. The fund is irrefutable evidence of the public support for Luigi and their consciousness that he is being treated in an unprecedented and unfair fashion by the state, acting out of cowardice and fear to make a spectacle of his case to intimidate us all into submission to state and corporate power. The defendant, the self-described revolutionary anarchist of his manifesto, once again advertises his terroristic intent in his appeal for funds to fight state and corporate power. To the extent that the defendant complains about pretrial publicity, suffice it to say that the defense team has shown a greater interest in trying the case in the court of public opinion than in the trial court. As to the real challenges of picking a fair and impartial jury, it should be noted that since the state trial could be completed years before the federal trial is to begin, the mere passage of time will help minimize influence of the state trial on the federal prosecution. In any event, both federal and state courts have dealt with high-profile cases before and have well-established remedies designed to assist in picking a fair and impartial jury. There is every reason to believe that the federal district court will utilize those remedies to guarantee that a fair and impartial jury is chosen years from now when the defendant's federal case proceeds to trial. Defendant also claims that having a death penalty case concurrent with the state prosecution prevents him from focusing on the capital case. But according to the defendant's own claims, it will take years until the federal death penalty case is ready for trial. As such, this permits him to work on the state case in the short term. Defendant has a law firm, the Agnifilio Trader, representing him, and he is also assisted by Abraham Moskowitz, an attorney with expertise in death penalty cases. Okay, then it says defendants Give, Send, Go fundraising webpage reports say that the fund has surpassed $1 million on May 6th. Certainly, these funds can be used to hire new counsel should the task of representing the defendant in multiple proceedings be too onerous for Agnifilio Trader. Defense counsel claims that deferring the state trial for several years is similar to the staying of civil matters pending completion of criminal cases is without merit. Okay, so demand for notice of intent to offer psychiatric evidence. Defendant was arraigned December 23rd. 5 months had passed. Mr. Mangione wants this case to proceed in a timely fashion, as delay does not benefit him as he languishes in custody at MDC. Given the overwhelming nature of the evidence pointing to the defendant's guilt as the assassin of Brian Thompson, it would hardly be surprising if the defendant filed notice of intent to introduce a psychiatric defense. Consistent with defense counsel's stated goal of proceeding expeditiously, we respectfully request that the court order the defense counsel to provide the requisite written CPL 250.10 or to state on the record that it does not intend to introduce psychiatric evidence. Okay, and then here's his manifestos, which I think we read them in their entirety, but let's just... this is 8:15, 1 month to something crazy slow, lack of, it might be energy, lack of volume, sleep schedule, exercise, catch 22. That said, I finally feel confident about what I will do. The details are finally coming together, and I don't feel any doubt about whether it's right or justified. I'm glad in a way that I procrastinated, because it allowed me to learn more about UHC. KMD would have been an unjustified catastrophe that would be perceived mostly as sick, but more importantly, unhelpful. It would do nothing to spread awareness or improve people's lives. I'm feeling foggy, so I can't write speed, clarity, confidence, but these ideas have been heading or around for a few days, and I want to write them down. The target is insurance. It checks all the boxes. Oh, hold on a minute. And then 1022, it says 1.5 months. This investor conference is a windfall. It embodies everything wrong with our health system, and mostly importantly, the message becomes self-evident. The problem with most revolutionary acts is that the message is lost on the normies. For example, okay, we went through this one. We read all that with Ted K, yada, yada, yada. I just want to see if there was anything else there. That was the letter to the feds, which we read. For, of course, this field operation of an individual's mind. What is this? Let me see. Let me turn this around. It's presented by Joe Seidelman. Should also tell you that with respect to the issue, and that's the terrorism. Okay. Warrant of arrest. There's all the charges. There's the website, I guess, that they have for him. Okay, so now we've gone through all of that. Hold on a minute. I have to open the door. Hold on a minute. Just 1 second. I don't know. I'm like... Oh, that's much better. I feel like I can't breathe. Remember I've had that before? Remember that? And then I said that one night I couldn't breathe or something, and I had to go lay down or something. Remember that? I felt like I couldn't breathe. And it's not like I can't breathe. It's, I don't know how to explain it to you. It's weird. I don't even know if I'm explaining it right, but I remember it happening one night. I said, oh, I'm in pain or something. Something in my, like around my rib cage hurt. Remember? And then I forget when it was. It was like 6 months ago. Now I just opened the door because I feel like stifling hot.
You get like that sometimes, high 61? It's weird. It's like it's not like I can't get the air in my lungs. It's like something feels weird in my ribs. Okay, never mind. Let's see what else is going on, okay? Let's see what else is going on. There's stuff that Billy Joe attempted after affair with a friend's wife. Yikes. What happened with that? I heard that Billy Joel's first wife is speaking out too. And there's that new movie or something about him. Right? He's changed so much. He looks like my friend's father now, who's like 90. Okay. So this is about his first wife, Elizabeth, from 1973 to 1983. They weren't even married 10 years. Now, is that the one that he wrote, I Love You Just the Way You Are for? I didn't know her name was Elizabeth. I thought it was another name. Okay, so anyway, he's opening up about a dark period in his life. On June 4th, my birthday, the first part of his documentary, And So It Goes, premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival in New York City. During the first part of the documentary, Billy Joel, 76, revealed that he underwent 2 attempts to take his life, and he fell into a coma after he had an affair with a former bandmate's wife. In his early 20s, he was in a band called Attila with his best friend John Small, and at the time he moved in with Small, Elizabeth Weber, who was Small's wife at the time, and their son. Elizabeth said, Bill and I spent a lot of time together in the documentary, adding that it was a slow build, and then Small realized that something was up, and Billy Joel gave him the truth. I'm in love with your wife. I felt very, very guilty about it. They had a child. So I didn't know that I felt like a homewrecker. I was just in love with a woman and I got punched in the nose, which I deserved. John was very upset and I was very upset. That was the end of Attila, the end of a friendship for a while. Meanwhile, Elizabeth took off and Billy started drinking, and this marked the beginning of a spiral. Years later, Elizabeth and Joel reconnected and they got married, and they were married from 1973 until 1982. He said, I had no place to live. I was sleeping in laundromats. I was depressed, I think to the point of almost being psychotic. This is all in the documentary. I want to see this. So I figured that's it. I don't want to be around anymore. I was just in a lot of pain, and it was like, why even hang out? Tomorrow's going to be just like today, and today sucks. So we tried to end it all. At the time, his sister was working as a medical assistant. She had given him sleeping pills to help him sleep. And he said he was just going to take them all. He was in a coma for days and days and days. And I guess this is Elizabeth talking, saying that she was adding cheerfully, I went to see him in the hospital. He was just laying there, white as a sheet. I thought that I'd killed him. So, wow, this is, well, I you know, when I first saw this picture, I thought this was him and Elizabeth, and then I realized this was him and his bandmate, John Small, the guy whose wife he, off with, huh? I don't think I've ever seen Billy Joel like that. Okay. Joel acknowledged that he was very selfish at the time and remembered waking up in the hospital thinking he wanted to do it again, but this time he wanted to do it right. The next time he drank a bottle of Lemon Pledge. Let's see. And Small took him to the hospital. Even though their friendship was blowing up, he saved my life. He added he never really said anything to me. The only practical answer I can give as to why Billy took it so hard was because he loved me so much that it killed him to hurt me that much. Eventually, I forgave him. After the suicide attempts, we didn't start the fire. Singer felt like a lost soul. Oh, this is her. This was her June 4th. Huh? That's the woman there that's telling the story now. But I didn't know his wife's name was Elizabeth. I thought it was something else. Okay. So let's see. I got out of the observation ward, and I thought to myself, you can utilize all these emotions to channel that stuff into your music, and then that's what he did there. Now let's see. He was absent from his premiere of this thing at the Tribeca Film Festival. Let's see, the two-part documentary premiered on June 4th. Where else is it going to be? It's directed by Susan Lacey and Jessica Levin, Billy Joel, and So It Goes. While he wasn't at the Beacon Theater, stars like Whoopi Goldberg, Tom Hanks, Robert De Niro, Mariska Hargitay, and her husband Peter Herman were present last month. Billy Joel announced the cancellation of all of his upcoming concerts following a diagnosis of normal pressure hydrocephalus, a condition with excessive cerebral spinal fluid builds up on the brain ventricles. He is undergoing physical therapy and has been advised to refrain from performing during the recovery period. Robert De Niro was there with his partner Tiffany Chen. Wait a minute, that can't be the one that just had a baby, is it? Sure, look like. Okay. All right, now I wanted to see. There was something else I wanted to check out. Hold on a minute. Tom Hanks' daughter, and I guess it's her mother. It was not Rita Wilson. His daughter wrote a memoir. Hold on a moment. Let's see this. Okay, so let's see. His daughter wrote a memoir about her mother, Samantha Lewis, being emotionally and physically abusive, and it says Tom Hanks is not surprised. He's sharing how he really feels about his daughter. E.A. Hanks' memoir, The 10, a memoir of family in the open road, and the claims that it brings forth that her mom, actress Samantha Lewis, was emotionally and physically abusive. So he's only 68. Let me see. It was published April 8th. And he said, I'm not surprised that my daughter had the wherewithal as well as the curiosity to examine the thing that I think she was incredibly honest about. We all come from checkered, cracked lives, all of us. She's a knockout, always has been. If you've had kids, you realize that they see who they are when they are about 6 weeks old. They see who they are. That you see who they are when they're about 6 weeks old. I'm sorry. In the memoir, E.A., whose real name is Elizabeth Ann, details experiencing emotional violence and physical violence from her mother, whose real name is Susan Dillingham, after her parents' divorce. Hanks and Dillingham tied the knot
in January of 78, and their divorce was finalized in 87. Dillingham got primary custody of the kids and had designated weekend and summer visits with Hanks. I would visit my dad and stepmother, and soon enough my younger half-brothers on the weekends and summers, but from 5 to 14 years was filled with confusion, violence, deprivation, and love. She's now 43, and let's see, she added, as the years went on, the backyard became so full of dog s that you couldn't walk around it. The house stank of smoke, the fridge was bare or full of expired food, more than not, and my mother spent more and more time in her 4-poster bed poring over the Bible. She said she moved to Los Angeles after her mother's alleged abuse took a turn for the worse. One night her emotional violence became physical violence, and in the aftermath she moved to Los Angeles, right smack in the middle of her 7th grade. Her custody arrangement basically switched, and she lived in LA and visited Sacramento on the weekends and in the summer. She said during her senior year of high school, her mother called to tell her she was dying. Though her mother was never diagnosed, she believes that her mother had bipolar disorder with episodes of extreme paranoia and delusion. So I don't know. That's as much as it says about that. It doesn't really say too much about what he tried to do to intervene. So now, hang on a moment. Oh, you remember that case that we talked about? It was in Australia where the woman poisoned the beef Wellington with poisoned mushrooms. Remember that? Remember that case? Yeah, there's some developments on that. Erin Patterson has pled not guilty to the murders of her ex-in-laws and a third family member after serving them poisonous mushrooms. This happened July 29th of 2023. Erin Patterson, 50 years old, allegedly served her ex-husband's parents, Don and Gail Patterson, both 70 years old, and Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson, 66. Beef Wellington that was laced with poisonous mushrooms, and it resulted in their death. Erin pled not guilty. The prosecution has argued that Erin deliberately put the poisonous mushrooms in the food, but the defense says it was a terrible accident. During her trial on Monday, June 2nd, the defense barrister, Colin Mandy SC, asked Erin, "Do you accept that there must have been death cap mushrooms in there?" She replied, "Yes, I do." Erin said in court that she bought the vast majority of the mushrooms from a Woolworths supermarket in her hometown and some of the Asian grocer in Melbourne. She reportedly said that the mushrooms from the grocers smelled really pungent and packed them in a container at home. Her lawyer asked whether she had purchased mushrooms from those stores before and what kind she purchased. There was shiitake, porcini, I think enoki, she said, but she said the bag said wild mushroom mix. The defendant said she bought a dehydrator in April of 2023 to preserve both wild and store-bought mushrooms. After packing away the mushrooms she brought from the grocers in Melbourne, Erin said that she put the wild mushrooms she dehydrated in a container that already contained other dried mushrooms. Erin said that she started foraging for wild mushrooms in 2020 during the pandemic in several places. The dog was eating some, and I picked the mushrooms that I could see because I wanted to try and figure out and see if there was a problem. They were ones that were potentially edible, but there was one species I was a little bit worried about. I believe they were Inocebi. Erin said she researched the type of mushrooms on Facebook groups for mushroom lovers. After trying out a mushroom, she cooked at home, and not feeling sick, she put them in meals she and her children ate. She was drawn to exotic mushrooms because they just taste more interesting, she said, and they have more flavor. They tasted good, and I didn't get sick, she said. Erin's been charged with 3 counts of murder and 5 counts of attempted murder. Her ex-husband, Simon Patterson, was also invited to the lunch with his parents. Prosecutors previously told the court that Erin lied to her guests that she had cancer, arguing that she used the cancer story to ensure her children would not be at the lunch. The defense did not dispute the cancer lie, according to the outlet. Let me see what you guys are saying. Where are you? Over here. Hello to Scooter. Hi, Justina. Hold on a minute. Okay, I'm here. I'm going to open up the panel for a minute. If you want to come up and talk, it's still early. Come on up and talk. Make me feel better about my eye. Make me forget my eye for a minute. And that my side of my nose is running, please. Let me see here. Little lady, why don't you call in? You've never called in before. The number's in Slack. I'd like to hear your voice. Wouldn't that be fun? Who wants little lady to call in? Tell her you want her to call in. I imagine how little lady's voice sounds. Little lady, did you ever send me the videos of your sister? Okay. Hold on, I'm trying to shut down some of these 90,000 windows. Hold on a minute. Video Bro gets so upset with all this. Oh, wait a minute. I have to say thank you. Hold on. Okay, there's Gail. Hang on one second. Hold on a minute, Gail. 1 second, 1 second. I have to shut down some of these windows, and I have to say thank you. Hold on 1 second. Thank you to Anonymous, who gave to the legal fund. Thank you very much. Thank you to people that sent me birthday gifts. Manager of 3 Monster, Rough and Ready, Boom Pow, Scooter, Sandy. Let me see, I don't want to forget somebody. I think that's, and then Kate O and Mary Warren. Hold on, I don't want to forget anybody here. Let me just see here. So make sure that
Okay, and little lady, you did one. I think that was for my birthday, so thank you to. Oh, and snow remover, see? Snow remover, that's one that said buy your own. But it didn't really say that. It was something for the YouTube. That was funny, though. And I hope that I didn't forget anybody or anybody that donated to the legal fund or anyone there. Let me see. Hold on, let me get back over here at this point. Hi, Gail.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. Okay, let me get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay. I'm missing this. All right. My computer's so messed up. Oh, I know why. I'm on the wrong thing here. What's up? What are you doing?
Packing.
Oh, you're packing.
Yeah, while I was listening. Trying to entertain the dogs too because it's raining.
Okay, now.
Thanks, Hi61. Hi, Victoria. Hi, Sandy. Hi, Tina. Hi, little lady.
Okay, hold on. I just have to. All right, I had to answer something.
Judy.
Do you? Okay. All right, let me go back to the chat now. So when your cruise is coming up fast, right?
4 days, I think.
Yeah. Hi,
Oh,
Sandy. Hi. Look on Messenger, the flower. Okay, hang on a minute. Look on Messenger, the flower. Messenger, 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 messenger. Oh, you already did it? Okay, let me show them first. Okay, so here you guys. So I have a featherweight sewing machine, right? You guys know that. So with any vintage sewing machine that's a metal machine, apparently they have like a little felt disc that goes under your thread because you don't want to mar the finish. So then the people took it a step further. Like this one lady that got a featherweight, she named it Grace, and she made this embroidery thing for it called it Grace. She's selling it now. But anyway, they make these little things. They're called pin spool doilies. So I showed one to Sandy. Don't be jealous, Scooter. Don't be jealous that she took time off of your curtain. Okay, and I'll show you their
You might have
pin.
pinched one of the flags from the curtain.
Pins, yeah. Pin spool doilies, and they are spool pin doilies. I keep calling them dollies, but they're not. Okay, here's what they look like. So I showed it to Sandy, and I was like, after Scooter's curtain, oh, here comes Scooter. I said, after doing, laborious, intensive, sweating over Scooter's curtain, it must be really easy to probably make one of these. Like this will just whip this out in a minute. So I showed her these.
Come on
And
now.
yeah, well, and she's like, yes, I could use a break from Scooter's curtain. It's ridiculous that it's so bad. So then she's showing me now that she made me one of these spool, I keep saying it wrong, spool pin doilies. And I'll show you what it looks like.
Hello, Sandy.
It's very cute.
I'm sorry she keeps bothering you, Sandy, about that.
Look how cute it is.
It's adorable.
It's a very cute little spin pool doily. If anybody wants one, you can put in an order. That'll cost you.
Hi, Gail.
But it's very cute, and it'll go on my featherweight, and it'll be perfect because of my featherweight's colors. It'll look really nice. Thank you, Sandy. And I'm so glad that, it's not that labor intensive for you, and you're one and done, and you're free to move on with whatever you need and not have to be saddled like with Scooter's curtain. That's just
Hi, Tina.
so
Hi,
so
hi, 61
energy
again.
sapping of you. I know. I feel so badly
I
that
did it.
my friend did that to you, but what are you gonna do?
I'm Sandy's friend, too. And she doesn't mind it, even though it's driving her crazy. She said, I am worth it. Maybe she didn't say that, but I know she's thinking that. Right, Sandy?
Yeah.
Listen to you.
Sure.
Oh, Carolyn, stop
It
it.
is really cute.
What, Gail?
Oh, the colors are really cute together.
Yeah.
They really are.
Does anybody else have a vintage machine, and do you put one of these on your under your spool to protect your machine, or do you just have the little felt pad?
I reckon it's felt, but this looks fun.
Yeah, and I guess that you can
Tina
change them
needs
out for
one.
the holidays and stuff too, people. Oh, Justina needs one. Do you have a vintage machine, Justina?
Now, everybody, don't go putting Sandy to work, okay? Leave her alone.
Oh my gosh.
Listen.
We could all make one on the
Girl.
live stream.
Happy birthday, doll.
Yeah, come and do it up on the
I'll make
live
more.
sometime.
Yeah, well, we're getting some of those new people going to come in on. We're going to have a craft live tomorrow night. We're going to be doing crafts because I've got to make a shell for my aunt.
Oh, wow.
So we're going to be having a craft live, and we want a lot of new blood on there. We're going to try to get some of the new blood on.
Oh, nice.
So bring your crafting up. And thank you. Sandy said I'm worth it. Thank you.
Who, Sandy?
Me, of course.
Thanks, Sassy.
Me, of course. Sassy, are you going to come on the craft live tomorrow night? Are you going to come on the craft live, or you're just going to? You used to ask, when are you having a craft live? And then we've had like 40 of them, and you haven't come on one. Tell her, Scooter.
Yes, Sassy? Oh, wait, I think she's up with her mom, though, aren't you, Sassy?
Not still, is she?
I don't know.
Even if she's with her mom, why can't she craft?
I think because of the internet or something.
I don't think so. She said probably.
Oh, probably. Okay.
Tell her we need something more definite than that.
We need something more definite than that, Sassy.
Is the cherry pie one, Sandy, the one with the needle felted one for the pins?
Does she want me to show the cherry pie one? Did she ask me to show it? I don't know if she asked me.
No. She's going to make that one next.
Oh, the cherry pie, yeah. The cherry pie. She really wants to make the cherry pie.
She said not this weekend, Carolyn. Sassy Darcy.
Oh, Sassy, you're unaccountable. Unaccountable. Carolyn, I thought she was talking about me. Oh, you did think she was talking about you, Tina? Oh, you're home, so why can't you craft then? Oh, wait, she's saying not this weekend. She's not with her mom. So she probably is coming. See,
I know,
everything.
I was just messing with you.
Oh, okay. What are you going to make, Sassy Darcy? What are you going to make? Can you decoupage something? We're trying to get new blood in the decoupagers. We can advertise you in the group. Okay, apple cherry pie sounds good right now. Yeah, but it's not a real apple pie. It's an apple pie for your sewing machine. I'll show it to you. Cherry pie.
Sandy said no,
What do you mean Sandy said no?
that she was saying that I am worth it, not you, Carolyn.
No, that's not what Sandy said no about. She said no. She wasn't asking me to show the cherry pie.
She said, show them, Carolyn.
I am showing them, Sandy. I'm going to give her the number in case she wants to come on and yell at you. I'm going to give you the number in case you want to come on and yell at Scooter, okay? All right. That's okay. You can do it. Okay. Now back to the chat. Right there.
It is very adorable.
You love the cherry pie? Hi, little lady. Do you have a vintage sewing machine, little lady? What about the videos of your sister, little lady? But yeah, apparently they use these spin pull. What did I say there? Spool. Oh my gosh, I'm never gonna get this right. Spool pin doilies. And they're to keep your machine from getting. You just made blackberry jam? Zoom in on it. Zoom in on which? Yours or the spin pool doily? This? Zoom in on this?
I-61, Carolyn's old sewing machine uses the pedal.
Wait, where's High 61? All sewing
I think.
machines use the pedal.
Your old sewing machine,
No,
doesn't it?
does he mean a treadle or all use a foot pedal? How would or deep? They used to have a knee pedal, some of them, but all of them use a foot pedal. Did you ever sew on a sewing machine, Scooter, ever in your life?
In high school.
Oh, really? You're not just seamstress, huh?
I could have been. I wasn't interested.
You could have been. You could have been a contender. Maybe, maybe not.
I could have been.
But maybe you couldn't have.
I could have been.
Maybe it wasn't for you.
I took it in high school.
I know everybody had to take it in high school. But it didn't mean everybody had the ability to be one.
I was able to do it.
Your dad has a garden and grows vegetables and flowers. I miss him. He had a green thumb. Oh, that's nice, Victoria. So did my grandfather. Really, really unbelievable. You're jelly. You're jelly. You're so jelly, Tina. Is that what you wanted me to zoom in on? It's very cute. And it has a little hole, right, in the center that I'm going to put on the little thingy. And then put the thread on there. Thank you very much. And I'm glad that my project didn't take you months like Scooter's and leave you with so much dread when you look at the bag.
Or what?
So much dread when she looks at the bag. that she still has to finish. I'm glad she was able to finish my project in one day.
Oh, I bet you are.
And she's just like,
And I wish you
woohoo.
would quit calling her every day and asking her if she needs measurements from my window.
She says she
Are
does.
you sure? You sure you don't need measurements on Scooter's
She
window,
told me
Sandy?
that she needs measurements.
No, she does not.
She said she did.
No, she does not. She already told me a million times she doesn't.
She said she did.
She said it, yes, but then she said she didn't.
Okay.
She said she wishes you would stop calling her about it. About the measurements, because she doesn't need them.
And then we went on Pinterest and we saw, let me see. Hold on.
And I'm eating something that I hope is not going to make me sick because I can't stop eating it. I'm
What?
eating it anyway.
What is it?
It has a little hole in the package, but I don't care. I'm eating it. I didn't know it.
What is it?
It's something I've never had. Okay, I'll show you right now. But I'm eating it.
We want to know what it is.
I'll
What is
show
that?
you.
What
Can
is
you
that?
see it?
Yeah, but what is it?
Oh, I'll have to take the filter off probably.
No, but just
Here.
tell. I can see it. Just
Okay.
tell us what it is.
All right, let me show.
It looks like cold cuts or something.
It isn't.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. There.
What is it? Salmon,
Honey smoked.
and it had a little hole in it. You said.
Yeah, I didn't know it, Carolyn.
But what do you mean by maybe you just did it when you put it in the package or something?
No.
How do you know?
Uh-uh.
How do you know?
How would that? Because how would I do? How would I put a little hole right there?
Because
Come
that's
on.
happened. You know, sometimes we got a yogurt and we hit the top and I made a little puncture in it.
I didn't have any yogurt or anything sharp.
No, but I mean like no in the yogurt top. I mean, does it taste all right?
Yeah.
And it was
But it has a spread in it
Yeah,
with lemon chive spread.
yeah.
And that tastes a little bit. I mean, it tastes fine. Probably just the lemon, making
Yeah,
it.
sour.
Yeah. Tastes good.
You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Don't get
I'm sure I will
don't get all worked up about it because then you'll think you're sick.
Right. Well, yeah. Wouldn't hurt anyway, right? I'm sure it won't. It's smoked fish. And then some cheese, basically, a spread, right?
Yeah.
That's what I say. The spread is not cream cheese, but it's pasteurized milk and cream. It's salt, cheese cultures, and then stabilizers, parsley.
Sage, rosemary, and thyme.
It's A High 61. It's made in Colorado, Denver, Colorado. Distributed by, I mean. Why am I getting a headache already?
Oh, stop it.
Now, the other ones there, I had to show the guy, the butcher there, because I wanted to get the other ones, the different flavor. It was
let me
pepper, and they were all expired.
Do you think I can get somebody on a ship?
Huh?
Can I get Ethan on a ship?
Yeah.
I'm gonna see
Well, Carolyn, really, I don't know.
No, I'm
He's
I
on
have
a
no
port
clue.
day.
I'm gonna see where he is. I'm gonna see if he gets my text. Let me see.
Oh, he's on it now? He's
Yeah.
on his cruise?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Oh, who's here?
I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Probably Sandy, maybe?
No, I don't
Looks
know.
familiar.
I don't know who
Pinky.
that
It's
is.
Oh, Evie.
Who's
Hi.
Evie? Who's Evie?
Hi, Evie.
Oh,
Hi.
Evie, the lady that missed
Evie?
my birthday? Oh, okay, she's here? Good. Hi, Evie.
Hey, Evie.
Carolyn,
Hi, Evie.
I called you yesterday. And I called Scooter and I called Sandy, and Sandy said, "Don't worry about it. We're
Right.
getting
And
cake from every."
Sandy was just too bogged down going crocheting Scooter's curtain.
Debbie, you got my messages, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, let me see if I can get Ethan and see where he is. Let's see this. Where are you?
I'm at home
No,
whenever I
know.
eat.
I was texting Ethan with a voice text.
Oh,
How you feeling today,
I feel okay, but every time I eat, I get the hiccups now.
I've got an
No.
eye. I have an eye that's tearing, and I'm trying to forget about it.
We could go on for hours with this.
Yeah, and so the side of my face is running. And
Mm,
here comes somebody. Here comes Sandy now, going to yell at somebody.
she's gonna yell at me.
I told her not to make you make that curtain.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hey,
Hi,
Sandy.
Sandy.
I can't see chat, so no, I do, Scooter. Carolyn wasn't fibbing to you. I do need another measurement, and I'll tell you why. I have 27
Oh,
flowers.
I wish you wouldn't have said that in front of Carolyn. I'll never hear the end of it.
My God.
She doesn't want me ever to be right.
So I have 27 flowers done, and I have the border done. So, but that border is made for my window. So if yours is the same width and length as mine, then I'm good. Otherwise, I have to make another valance. So
Okay.
Don't feel
if
bad though.
yeah, don't sweat it. but if it does, if it's the same measurement as mine, I'm almost done then. So if it's bigger, then that means I have to make 27 more flowers.
You just got it running.
Oh, no.
Good. Hi. I've taken mine apart, my featherweight, and done a lot of work to it.
In the midst of all this, we've been reconstructing the entire backyard because I have baby ducks, and I got
Oh, you got them now?
Oh
Yeah,
yes,
she has 8
there's-
ducks.
You can show them, Carolyn.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Okay.
I didn't know you got them already.
I did. They're so adorable.
How many?
Well, I ordered 4, and I wound up going to Tractor Supply with my husband, and we saw more there, and I was weak. I'm telling you, I was weak. So I wound up with 4 more, so I have 8.
Oh my goodness, Sandy.
Yeah. Oh, hi, honey.
Wow.
Yeah, they're so adorable.
Just
oh my gosh.
be careful. Don't step on them. That's what happened to my friend.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. I've had ducks before when I was younger, and about maybe, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago.
Did you send them to me? And because I only have the 4 little ones. Wait, I only have the 4 little ones.
You don't?
I don't have
Sent
the
you
8.
some ducks?
No, no. I only have the picture of the
Let me look.
4 that are like yellowish. Or maybe they were the ones that are
Stupid.
black now, but when they were babies. I don't have that. You showed them to me live. You showed them to me and Gail live.
I did.
Oh, wait a minute. I have one picture. Here, I have some picture. Okay, wait, here, I do have a picture. Let me see if I...
Well, we send so many crafts to each other, you have to go back
Yeah,
about
hold
an
on,
hour.
let me see.
Do your chickens have names?
Well, honestly, I was going to do Bella, Cece, Nico, and Shannon, but I don't want to leave the rest of my family out. So the other 4 is me, Frank, and
Also, the
right.
whole family.
Frankie and our child that we miscarried many years ago.
Oh,
So we have all of us now.
all you chickens are together.
Oh my gosh, they're so adorable, girl. Yes.
Now, what are you going to call the ducks?
I tried to send it to you. Here's
Just come on, girls. That's what I call my chickens too. Come on, girls. And they all come. And Alpha's the only one that has a name. You know, he's the only one that has a name.
Aw.
So yeah, he's such an amazing rooster. I mean, I've had animals my entire life. You know, chickens, ducks, you name it. And we even had horses at one point. But Anyway, I know the rooster is just so friendly, but boy, if you mess with his girls, it's not going to be good.
I'm sending you the picture, Scooter, because I have to pull it up. Oh, there it did go through. Okay, here's the one of these ducks. Let's see. These are the.
I think you should name your chicken the Keisha, the one that has that pom pom in her head.
Yeah, I've got 4 of those.
Keisha.
They're the Polish chickens with the pom poms on their head.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay, so
but I
have
understand.
those
I think you
chickens.
picked perfect names for them.
Thanks, sweetie. So, Scooter, when you get a chance, I'll just measure the window again
Yeah,
for
I've been
me.
telling her, and she just.
You mean the whole window, Sandy?
Well, you can go from inside to inside, because I'm going to get one of those rods that you turn and it gets tighter. I don't want to put anything in my wood, so I'm just going to
Right.
get something that just holds inside the window
Okay.
for mine. You know what I mean? Whenever I get that one done.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
But that's what I'm going to do because, like I said, I don't want to drill into my wood or hammer into my wood. I just don't want to do that.
Yeah.
The ones that they use. Which ones I'm talking about. It's got the little rubber ends.
Yeah, I've got one of those already. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm confused because I don't know if these are the same ducks that I'm showing. I've got those ducks, and then I've got another thing of ducks, but in a laundry basket. Are those different ducks?
No, I'll send you new photos, girl.
Okay, because I'm showing. Send them in Messenger if you can.
I will.
All right. So I've got these ducks, but these I think are the first ducks.
You should show them the crumb cake I made today. Double recipe.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. Let me see. But
So good. I sent you a picture of the
cake?
inside.
Yeah, send it to my Messenger
Okay.
because that way I can bring it up
Do
easy.
you have a pen or pencil? You can write that down right now, Sandy, if I measure it. Or you want me to wait?
Or you
Yeah,
could-
hang on.
Text it. I'll text
hang
it
on.
to you.
You could just put it right in the Messenger to her.
Well, aren't you helpful?
I know. That's what I try to be.
Thanks, Carolyn.
You're welcome.
I'm sending. So the picture I just sent you now, those now are the black ones. They got big. So they went from golden honey
Oh,
to
okay.
black. They're beautiful though.
Okay, so these that I'm going to show now. Oh my gosh, no, these are the chickens, aren't they?
No, those were the ones. The first ones I got that.
Oh,
No,
these-
you're right, Carolyn.
These
You're
are
right.
the little chickens. I remember them. They look so funny like
Oh
that.
my God,
Yeah.
you're right. I'm out of it.
Yeah, they're so cute. I love that picture of them. They look like little ladies with little aprons on.
Yeah.
I love that, especially this one.
Let's see if I could send this one. But
I can't see.
You got to
They
look
bring-
on YouTube.
they bring so much joy. And these are the little black ones.
Okay.
I'm trying to send a better picture. So they're in under a heat lamp.
Right, I showed those. I showed that picture.
Oh, you did?
Yes, and I was looking for a picture of the other little ducks.
Okay. I think I've been mainly zooming with you to show you.
Yeah.
You have a red door key. Where did it go?
Do you have that picture, Karen?
Which let
I
me
had
see.
it last night.
You only need to know where it is.
Okay, Rick.
Those are still the black ones,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. I'll put that one up. Did your kids get to Tennessee yet?
You get them, Carolyn?
Okay, yeah, I've got so far. Let me see. Okay, now I've got this one. Okay. These are the new ones. Okay.
So, I was telling a friend of ours, depression is a crappy way to live, but sometimes you have good days and sometimes you have bad. But the animals that we have just give us so much love and so much joy. And it's funny because it takes Frank and I about maybe a good 35, 40 minutes to get everybody fed in the morning.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Because we just don't give them feed. We give them oatmeal and fresh water. And, we dot all of our I's, so plus the dogs and the lizards and everything else.
Yeah.
And the hummingbirds and the birds.
And the neighbors
Yeah,
and the church people.
I do. I do give out my eggs.
Yeah.
And so, Evie, did your son get to Tennessee?
No, not yet. They're in um, Texas getting ready, but there's a big storm coming in there through Oklahoma. That's where they're going next.
Oh,
They'll
yeah.
they'll be there Saturday.
A lot of rain. A lot of rain.
Yeah, she's got to be really careful.
Yeah, well, we have no control over that stuff they're putting in the air for us.
Wood to wood
What?
inside, wood to wood, and then down.
Marianne showed me a video of a tornado that went through Nashville. I mean,
Yeah.
not Nashville. What's the other one?
Memphis?
Knoxville.
Knoxville, yeah.
Oh, Knoxville.
That's about maybe 4.5 hours from me. Maybe four and a half, something like that.
That's
It's-
nice.
Yeah, Knoxville's gorgeous. It's really nice. Very, reminds me a lot of Pennsylvania. A lot of country. Very down to earth and just great place to be. Is that where they're going?
They're going to Spring Hill.
I'm not sure where that's at.
It is. They're close to Knoxville, like 30 minutes.
Okay, that's not bad then.
No, he kind of wanted to be away from people, but there are next door neighbors and stuff.
Yeah,
They have
it's a Bible Belt like North Carolina. Really friendly people.
I've been looking at houses all over the place.
Yeah. The
But I don't.
best way to do it is when you go and visit, then start looking and
Uh-huh.
get to know the area first before you take that big bite.
Yeah. Let them feel out the water first.
Yeah. And definitely, you want to know who your neighbors are going to be. But if you're going to make that move, I'd buy some land. That's for sure. At least 5 acres. This way, you can, go and have neighbors sitting on top of your house.
Yeah.
Like New Jersey, right? New Jersey, New York.
Right.
Well, it all depends where. I don't have neighbors sitting on top of me.
Well, you know what I mean, Carolyn.
But even in New Jersey, we had 1 and 2 acre. The houses had to be 1 and 2 acres away from each other.
Yeah, that was 50 years ago.
Yeah, but it's still that way today. You have
Yes.
to. Yeah, they have to be at least
You
1
should
acre.
see what they're doing here in North Carolina. Fayetteville's about 45 minutes away, and everybody's not even staying in Fayetteville. They're all moving here from military, and they're like literally condos everywhere, like everywhere you turn.
Oh.
It's crazy.
You know why? Because they're telling people to retire in North Carolina, and they're probably trying to get people that retire and want a condo because they don't have upkeep.
Well, it's not the city of Fayetteville. It's definitely a more laid back area.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Raleigh either. Raleigh's kind of busy and congested.
The houses are expensive in Spring Hill a little bit, Binky.
I was finding them at 300 and 400.
In Spring Hill,
Uh-huh.
there are some. Yeah, there's some.
There's quite a few.
Oh, is there? Okay, maybe.
I think it's Parrotsville is around there too, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I know some of the cities, Clarksville, but I'm not sure where they're at.
Parrotsville's real nice. I think that's located in Knoxville, if I'm not mistaken, or right next door, or you have to go through it. I don't remember. It's been a while.
Because like there's a 5 bedroom, 5 bath, but it's 994,000.
I
Yeah.
don't think she needs anything that big.
No.
I'd be too scared.
I think the
Right.
smartest thing for you to do is buy 5 acres, put a double wide in the back, your house being in the front, and let your family live in the back.
There's one for 28 million. It's on 53 acres, 4 bedrooms, 4
Here,
That's the
different
one.
page.
That's the one she wants.
You're on the wrong page.
Oh my gosh.
Can I ask a question?
No. Yeah.
Go ahead, honey.
Are you guys mad at me or something?
No, you were measuring. I heard
I
you.
am.
Carry on. Carry on. You know me.
She's
I
just
don't get
joking.
attention.
She needs
I'm
attention.
kidding. I'm kidding. Go ahead. Abby,
Huh?
did they go to the Grand Canyon yet? That's what I really
Yeah,
wanted
they
to
did.
ask. Okay, I
I'll
was just
send you guys
wondering.
pictures. They went.
Okay,
They
cool.
stopped at this place, standing on the corner in Winslow, Arizona. That song.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
the corner
yeah.
they're standing on.
Okay. How
And
come I didn't get any?
I didn't send them to
It's not gonna
nobody.
work.
You don't lie, Vinky. You sent it to me.
No, I didn't.
You did, and you said don't tell Scooter.
Dave and I were there before, because I remember it being there.
Yeah.
Write it so I don't forget it. Okay.
The dog, the picture of Benji, he's in the driver's seat and he looks so happy. He was so afraid that they were going to leave him here because they were packing up, and we always close the middle door so he can't come out here. And he just sits at the door and waits for him to come back. And everything was disappearing. They were packing it up for good this time. And he was just sitting there. I was like, poor Benji, you're going to go. And now I have a picture of him. He's so happy.
I'm finding so many
cute.
townhouses.
Are you guys feeling sorry for me yet in the chat?
No.
Yeah,
Did you get
Is
My
this
dog's
live?
like, I'm not happy that I'm packing either.
Were you-
Dale's
They're
going
like,
on
you
cruise.
is.
I don't trust her. She's up to something. Don't trust her.
Oh, you know what? My son, they took the scale. Now I can't weigh myself.
Uh-oh.
And that made me mad.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
I don't
forget
think
what
you
now
have any worries, sweetie.
Yeah.
Hey, Evie, do you know
Uh-huh.
how many scales over here in Australia you can buy from the thrift shop? Because I think people get cross with them and donate them.
Did you? Yeah.
And what is it?
Scales.
That you can, the scales. I think
Oh,
people
yeah,
get cross
yeah.
with their
I can
scales and
pick
they
up
donate
another
them
one.
to the thrift shops.
I can pick up
Always
another one. I
go
just
there and grab a scale.
I use the one in the bathroom.
Thank you.
How's
My
Elda?
girlfriend goes to me. She goes, Gal, can I borrow your scale? I don't want mine.
I liked when I got on my doctor's scale. I said, "Hey, hallelujah." I don't know how that was possible. It said I lost 7 pounds when I was at Edisto. There's no way.
Why?
Well, they don't lie. Scales don't lie.
Well, because I was eating like a,
Yeah, but we always lost weight over there. Don't you remember? We said it was like boot camp.
yeah, when I used to walk. I walked to the swap meet thing with Jigger, but the yard sale, but I didn't walk and get shells like I used to.
Oh.
I noticed that. I was like, you're getting old.
Is that you were getting old?
Yeah, because I didn't have no interest to walk down the beach all the way. I
Oh.
did walk a little bit, I must say, but I think I ate more than that. But
It's when you're bending over picking up shells for hours, then you realize you walked 2 miles.
yeah, that was last year. So
Like,
I
oh my God, I gotta walk back.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I
Carry
had to
40
do.
pounds
Yeah,
of
and I had
shells.
about 400 pounds of shells. I didn't
Yeah.
never
And
thought
we
I was going to make it.
filled up the wagon going
And I
there.
had nobody. And then you came to get me that one other time, but hardly anybody. I have to get some new
The
blood.
last time at Coots, I was
We gotta get
walking
some
up there
new
to
blood
grab you,
on
and you
this
had that
thing.
big bag, and you said, "Are you sure?" And I said, "Yeah." And I held it for 1 minute. I go here. But last year, I got a whole bunch of
Well,
shells.
yeah, Bucky's good to go on the thing.
Carolyn and I had to walk on a cliff because the way the ocean came in, the sand dune went way up. So
I
we
wish
had
I could have seen you guys there.
Me
yeah,
too.
we had to walk on an angle and
Sorry,
carry the
Sandy. I'm
bag.
just picturing it.
It was crazy. Do you know I haven't even planted that cactus yet?
Really? I have them in the
Yeah.
containers, not outside.
I didn't even want to touch it, for God's sakes.
Oh,
Who
That thing
took
was
the
like,
Carolyn always
blueberries
gets
home?
people.
it was,
Carolyn always gets people into something down there, right, Abby?
Yeah. I wonder who took the blackberry bush.
the blackberry bush.
I kept finding them.
oh yeah, they grow wild all over.
Yeah. If I'd have known that, I would have been out there. My tree is now empty. I had this guy go up on my roof and pick all the berries because they just fall on the ground, and the dog goes out there, and it's just, ugh. So some of them fall on the cement, and I'll grab those. But I had this guy go up in the tree, and he got me a big old bowl of berries. I just love them. But now they're gone. Now they'll be gone for a whole year.
Why?
Last
You
year,
chopped them down?
no, that's what it just the
Oh,
only
the
does
season's
fruit
out. The
once a
season's
year.
over. Okay.
But last year when I was going to Edisto, the kids were here, and I was telling them, "Look at all those berries up there," but they were pink. I go, "They're gonna start falling while I'm gone. You guys got to pick them up." So they picked them up and ate them. But when I came home, they were all over the ground.
If you get a chance to pick them when they're pink, you can actually put them on a paper towel inside the house.
Uh-huh.
So you get them before the birds do.
Uh-huh.
They will ripen within a day or two.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say I could plant it.
Now well, you could, sure, but it does it all by itself, to be honest.
Mulberries? No, we have blueberries, Victoria.
But I picked all my blackberries. I left about 30 on there for the birds, and they've been enjoying it. And then I've got
There's a squirrel that comes here and gets them, and the birds, and just the wind. If the wind blows, then they fall.
yeah, the plum tree I have has probably got about 1,000 plums on it.
Oh my God!
Oh, wow.
Sandy.
Yeah,
I
right,
remember
Carolyn?
now. I remember now. We
Yeah.
had this conversation last time, and you're going to tell me you have peach trees too.
Yeah, well, half my peach tree broke in half and fell down.
Oh,
Yeah, but I still have some.
Has anybody noticed YouTube is doing something different with the advertisements? They're
I
playing
noticed. I go on
alongside the
it.
video
What?
now. They're
What's
not. They're
that?
not playing over the video now. Your video gets smaller, and they put the ad alongside of the video.
Really?
Yes,
Is that
They'll
better?
get right to a good spot in a movie.
but I
or
don't understand. So does it still pause your video? Like,
No, you can't. There's no skip. There's no skip during that time, and some of them take like 5 minutes. So I just change and jump onto something else, and that does the same thing. There's always a man who comes on there for the church, and his voice is so soothing. I don't mind listening to him, but it's the same message over and over.
Really?
Yeah, maybe someone's trying to tell me something. I don't
You're
know.
so cute.
usually it's for 5 seconds, Evie, and then you can skip it.
No, not I can't. So I
They won't
jump
let
back
you?
and forth. I just
No
jump
matter
back and
what? You
forth.
can't? No matter what?
No matter what. Usually
I'd be asleep before that, Evie. I'd be asleep before that was over. I stayed on that soothing voice. Watching the movie.
I wouldn't blame you, Gail. You barely get any sleep now.
I know.
No, I don't. I don't. I have snoozed since we chatted.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Good.
So I have to make a shell for my Aunt Evie.
What's the chat saying? Anybody talking
A
to
shell
chat?
for
I'm
They're
just
what?
looking
talking
at
about
it.
blackberries, and they're talking that they think in Australia they have mulberries, and they think they have blackberries too.
This
We
is
have
live.
Mulberries,
that here.
blackberries, blueberries.
Is this live, Carolyn?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Abby, you always say stuff like that.
Oh my
Yeah, we're live.
gosh. Hi, everybody.
Why?
Because it
I
says
grew up with a
Zoom.
backyard of pomegranates, figs, mulberries,
Oh my god.
all of those goodies.
Yeah, you know what you should be showing everybody because you live in Australia is those cashews and the way they grow, and that the part that it grows off of that you could actually eat is a piece of fruit. So not only are you getting a piece of fruit, you're getting a nut. That's really interesting.
I've never
Yeah.
seen that.
Funny
The
how
what?
that happened.
It's wild.
Yeah.
The what kind of fruit?
It's a cashew, so you get a piece of fruit. And at the bottom of the fruit, you have a cashew nut. Gail has to show you.
I don't know if I've got them here.
I know they're in Australia because I've seen
Oh,
them.
no, they'd be in Australia. They definitely. They probably are around here because they grow really, really, really weird things where I live.
The amazing things, how blessed you guys are. And then you grow those white nuts. What are they again? I forgot.
The macadamians.
Yes. Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
The pecans, macadamians. Actually, I do think the cashews. They have the persimmons here.
Oh, I love cashews.
You'd really like some figs, and it's really like to try some of the
And
pawpaw
any
fruit.
type of grape you want. We're a grape region.
Oh, I
Grapes
love
and
green grapes.
Yeah, I like. Yeah.
I want the whole bushel. I just broke off a big old branch of them. I love those.
Yeah. I have enough grapes growing right now. I could make wine.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
You should get the
Right.
cotton candy ones. I won't spend the money for those.
The cotton candy ones, they are good. Do you know I
They're
actually,
ridiculously expensive. It's ridiculous now. Come on.
Carolyn, all you have to do is take one of the seeds and plant it.
But they don't have seeds.
You can get them.
It's ridiculous, though. I mean, come on. Usually, like, I see when they first came out, but they like kiwis used to be really expensive when I was a kid. But then now you can get kiwis for a whole thing for like $7. But the grapes, it's a little bit ridiculous how high those are.
I
Well,
love cherries.
I have Rosa Sharon for you, Carolyn. Remember, I've got two different seeds. So if anybody else wants Rosa Sharon seeds, I have, I think, pink one and a pink and like maybe a soft rose color. And they grow about 4 foot wide. To maturity, it'd be like 4 foot wide, maybe about 10 feet high.
Oh, pretty.
Yeah.
Remember
really,
those
really.
seeds? You scared the life out of me when you sent those. It's like you're like, these are like highly toxic. Don't touch them without. I was like, I was so scared of those.
Were you?
I don't know what they were. I think I sent them to Scooter.
Was it trumpets?
I don't
Angel
know. It was something
trumpets?
that you made. You're like, be very careful. These are highly poisonous. Don't touch
Oh, I
them
think
without
those
gloves
were.
on.
Those were the tropical flowers I have in my front yard.
Yeah, and you scared the crap out of me. And I think I sent them to Scooter for Dave or something.
Did you?
Scooter.
I tried to grow them, but they didn't grow. And then I was like freaking out, so I sent some to Scooter in an envelope.
Did you?
Yeah.
So guess what I learned today, girls? I want to try it.
What?
So you get, when you go buy material and you, the plastic you could buy, it's clear.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
buy maybe a 1/2 foot by 1/2 foot. So what's that going to cost you? Like $3? Anyway, if you take Mosh Posh and you mix a little bit of that with a little bit of cinnamon and nutmeg, okay? and some coffee, instant coffee. Just sprinkle it instant coffee, and it makes it really good with um,
Oh, I
a,
saw
a,
this. And you put a napkin on it?
a wood lollipop stick, and then you paint it. You paint the square on top of the plastic, and then you put your one single layer of your napkin on it,
Yeah.
whatever you want it to be, and then you paint on, dab it down with your paintbrush, and Carolyn, you need to show that video.
You
It's
have to let
really
it dry for 24 hours.
yes, and it peels right off the plastic, so you keep reusing the plastic, and it gets hard. You could actually, well, it's flexible like rubber, and you can fold the napkin, and you could put it anywhere.
Yeah,
And
but Bucky and I were talking about that, right? Because they said it was supposed to be like rice paper, but it's really not like rice paper. It's like that, almost that, they used to call it gallery glass
yeah,
that
yeah,
you would make because it's kind of like a vinyl, right?
yeah, yeah.
But
It
what
feels
are you
like
going to
leather.
do? But we were saying, what are you going to do with that, though? What can you do with that? Because then the lady took that, because I discussed this. See, nobody listens to me. Um,
You're so cute.
they never do. I discussed this when I was making those tags last week at the craft show.
Right?
And I said, and I talked to Bucky, and I said, the lady did exactly what you said. And then she took it, and she took one of those wooden things, and she put it down on there and put parchment paper and ironed it. And I said, why do I need to go through all of that if that's what I'm going to do? Iron it. I want to do something else with it that, like, do you know what I mean? So if I want them to show me something else to do with it.
Well, I already know what I'm going to do with mine.
Okay.
So when I get it done, and you know the tiny like say berries or maybe a small flower that's left behind or whatever,
Yeah.
and you can use those to make like a what do you call it, like on a gift package to somebody. How cute it would be, or when you buy a bottle of wine, you want to give it as a gift. You know, you could attach that little tag with it. It's just really cute idea. But you know those glass bottles,
Yeah.
okay? So I want to wrap it around the glass bottle and get a hair dryer to it and see if I could help form it easier on there, or maybe a piece of glass.
Oh, you know
And
the other thing you can do? You can, if you get a wax candle, even if it's an LED candle, you know some of the pillars are LED, but they're wax on the outside.
right,
You can take a napkin and you can heat transfer it, meaning you can iron it, and
with wax
it will
paper,
get
right?
in. Yeah, because Frilly Farmhouse does that and said they came out gorgeous.
Yeah, yeah, that is gorgeous. They did that back in the '60s and '70s, Caroline.
Oh, really?
Yes, because my mom was into candle making. She did it all. She was very crafty, my mom. But I think they did it back in those days, Carolyn, to live off of, because the men were either overseas, you know what I mean, and the moms were home raising 5 or 7 kids, you know.
Yeah.
But
You know what I learned today?
pretty
What?
neat.
You get a sardine can and you get cardboard and you make strips of cardboard, like probably like a almost a foot long or that length, that kind of like that length. And you melt a candle, and then you put the cardboard, you line the inside of the sardine can. You just keep going around and around, and you put all the cardboards in there, and then you put up one like a wick, then you pour the wax over it, and by God, you can cook a meal on that thing.
Really?
Yeah.
A
We'll have to
sardine
Google that.
can. Isn't a sardine can really small?
Well, that is kind of small. That they were just probably doing coffee, but they said you could cook a meal on them. And when you're
Well,
done, just blow it out, or you put a wet rag on
I
it,
should-
and then it just stays.
How they get the ration packs?
yes,
Is that
yes.
well, that tiny?
I
Pretty neat,
super cat.
So, what'd you learn today, Scooter?
Yeah, I was going to ask her. What'd you learn today, Scooter?
Oh, I was teaching. Oh, no, excuse me. I was teaching classes.
What
And
did
they're
you see?
super private. I can't talk about them.
Oh my Jesus.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Oh my
I must
gosh.
not say anything.
She's a hot
Please
mess.
move along. We can carry on with the conversations.
Well, you guys will never believe in a billion years who I got a message from today in a billion years.
Kevin Costner?
Ooh,
Kevin
Again,
Costner?
definitely quiet for right now.
Oh, we can't say.
Oh no.
No.
But it's
But it might be Kevin Costner, but it's not.
oh no.
No. Elle
Definitely not.
keeps thinking that Kevin Costner's really messaging her.
she still thinks that?
Yes.
Who does?
Elle, she thinks it's really Kevin Costner.
My nerves.
Oh my gosh.
My nerves.
She's like, it really might be him, Carolyn. I'm like, Elle, it's not him.
Yeah, my friend fell for that with Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, I
She
know.
told me they were going to get married, and then
Oh.
next time I talked to her, I said, "You can't. You have you ever heard of catfishing? You're being catfished. That's not him." I said, "Out of all the women in the world, he picked you." I didn't mean it to be like that, but that's what I said. And finally, next time when I saw her, I go, "Well, what about Kevin?" She goes, "Oh, you know, there's imposters out there, and I'm working with the FBI right now."
Oh my god.
You know,
So
I
you
don't
can
think
try.
anybody said it better than oh, well, what's her name on that? God Almighty, Americans Got Talent. What's the female singer that's on there now?
Holly.
She's country.
Oh, I don't know.
Carolyn, work with me
I
here.
don't know. I thought Abby watches that
I
all the
haven't been
time.
watching.
America's Got Talent, a country girl.
I thought
Yeah,
you
Kip.
watch that all the time, Abby.
I
She
know.
won. She won it a long time ago, but she's
Oh,
written.
Carrie Underwood.
Thank you, doll.
I was just going to
That's
say
American
her.
Idol.
Yeah.
So she said one day, one of the girls that was singing, was just brilliant. I mean, she was just out of the ballpark, brilliant. And she said to her, she was crying one day when she got on to sing, and she told them that people are mocking her and making fun of her, and she said, just so you know, when I post something, I don't reply, I don't comment. I'm just keeping my fans and people up to par what I'm doing in my life. But so that means they never answer or reply.
Right. They're kind of busy to do that.
Well, they are, but they don't. Who's got time to reply to 2 million
Right.
a day? I mean, seriously.
I know.
Right.
That's why I
So
can't
that's like
do
a
it.
fan club when we used to read the magazines, and you could join the fan club, and
Yeah.
there's a president. And you think
Right.
you're talking to somebody like in Teen Beat or something, and it's not.
You're
That
exactly
wasn't
right.
Keanu Reeves.
You're exactly right.
But that tells me that they're so lonely. That person's so lonely to think that, and it fits both of them.
And
Uh,
they pray that people are that naive. But
Yeah.
you know, when I was growing up, living so close to New York, I think I was in 7th grade, and I remember my friend, her entire family were obsessed with General Hospital,
Yeah.
and I'm talking,
Really?
yeah, like psycho crazy in that. Yeah, I was like, you guys are just nuts. They're just people. They poop the same way we do. They eat the same food we do. I mean, they're no different than we are.
Right.
You know what I mean? The obsession was insane. I mean, I'm talking like stalking.
Yeah, but I mean, we have all this soap store. Like, I'm surprised it is in New Jersey because there's a lot like of the soap stars that live up that like when the soaps used to be on, especially as the world turns and which other one?
I
They
watched all
to
my
live
children.
up here, like and be like they're not really and especially even where we were in New Jersey, we had some of them that lived in our town and stuff.
I mean, you know, I
They're
guess that's
they're
what
not really pretentious at all.
I
I
you
mean,
know, I just
if maybe if you
imagine.
had Luke and Laura or somebody, but
Remember that
the ones from
obsession?
As the
Good
World
God.
Turns are not pretentious at all. In fact, Luke is like best friends with one of the male actors, the younger one, his son, and he's like the nicest kid you'll ever meet.
Yeah, I'm just saying it. You know, wow. I mean, the obsession.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Bucky was obsessed with those. She went on all those things, though. She was like on like those fan club things, right? And she met those people. I don't
Yeah,
know
it's
what she was
great.
doing. She was like really into the soap operas. She still is, whichever ones are
I
still
think I
left.
tried to get a ticket to see the Brady Bunch dance.
You're so cute.
The
You're
Brady
so
Bunch.
Yeah, they turned into dancing and singing. They made an album.
But did something happen with that family you were talking about, Sandy? Or
well, I had to like go over as a friend because and I'm not trying to be ugly in any way, but the obsession was like it wasn't right.
Uh-oh,
It just
Scooter.
wasn't
Don't tell
right.
her about your obsession, Scooter.
Now it was live and breathe. I mean, it was crazy, and
Scooter
even
goes
the
to
mother and
those
stuff?
crazy crime con, not crime con. What do you go to those
right.
cartoon con things?
Huh,
I
cartoon.
mean, your horror. She brings like this doll and a stroller over there.
No, I don't. That's a lot of. I go with my daughter and the grandkids, yes, because they
Yeah.
like to go to them,
What
and I
is it
want to
called?
spend time with
What
them.
is it? It's about like scary movies. She's like a big fan of that.
Yeah, and they like to go to those, so I go with them.
uh, that's totally different. But
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not obsessed with them.
I'm talking like just like really crazy. Like I've never seen anything like it in my life.
But what do
And
you mean? Like they were watching it and like there was a lady I once read a book said this
Carolyn, they
is
lived and breathed.
well. Listen to
They
this one. You want to hear
only thing
this?
on their
I'm not
brain.
joking. There was a Barry Manilow fan site, and this
Uh,
woman said she was married, and she said that I don't remember if she said she pretended or she thought Barry Manilow was really living with them. In the morning, she would get up and she'd say to her husband, like, Harold, Barry, breakfast. And she called to Barry and talked to Barry all day long as if he lived in the
That's
house.
freaky.
That is
Wow.
freaky. Yeah.
you know, when we were growing up, they had psych wards.
Yeah.
I don't think they have that anymore.
No, they don't.
You know,
Not like
Well, they have
back
psych
then.
wards, but they used to have like places, like big places.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's one in Norwalk.
Yeah.
it's just frightening.
And when people would get out, this buzzer would come on all over the city because
Oh
Really?
God,
sometimes they could escape.
Was that the criminally insane?
I'm not sure. It was
Oh.
Metropolitan.
Oh, I don't know.
It was
Buzzer
big.
would actually go off.
Yeah, big, but big place. My uncle used to
Oh,
work in there as a phone company. He would fix all their phones, and I have a key to there, a skeleton key that was from there.
Yeah, there was one big one by Rockland State.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
so hard to like. People really are mentally ill, but a
oh
lot of
yeah.
the people act that way, and they just don't want to do nothing. I think like they're not really mentally ill,
Uh-huh.
but maybe they are because they choose to live like that. I mean, it stinks out in LA. It stinks bad. Not by my house, but it has smelled over here when this lady lived across the street by the dumpster. It's sad, that
That is.
people wear skirts with no underwear and they just squat down and go to the bathroom.
Oh,
You mean they're homeless?
Yeah, but they're right now they've cracked down on it. There's no homeless around here right
But they
now.
were right by your house?
Across the street at McDonald's, yes.
Wow.
And the lady, I would go out, I'd hear something, I'd go out to the front room and I'd hear this two people fighting, and I'm cranking my neck. Then next thing you know, I'm out the door and I'm
No
looking.
wonder you're so scared all the time, Evie.
I only see one person though, but
I
two
know,
voices.
but to be like so close to that, like no wonder you're so scared all the time.
I know. It's really scary.
That's why you need to move.
I know, but I'm scared even if I move.
Yeah, but if you
You
move,
don't have to worry about Tennessee.
Yeah.
You do not. It's beautiful country there.
Oh, it is.
My retirement dream was Pennsylvania. I love Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Uh, I
Pennsylvania
did.
looked so nice from the sky. It looked like kind of like Las Vegas. It was all lit up.
oh, it's lit
Uh,
up, but it's not like Las Vegas.
But when we
yeah.
were trying to drive out of there, we got to the wrong end of the town or something.
Yeah, we ended up
Watch
in.
your move and go to Tennessee, and about a year later, she'll be crying. Go back home
Yeah.
because it's definitely not city over there. Not where
Yeah,
you're
I can
from.
hand I hate the thought of leaving my church.
Uh,
That part really gets me.
uh,
Um well,
what about
before
like
we
a Zoom? Can you do a Zoom on a Sunday?
yeah, they do have that.
Good.
Yeah. This Sunday we're having a picnic.
Uh,
Picnic.
Yeah. And Saturday we're having Vicky's celebration of life. And I have the video. My son did it for her.
uh,
And I talked to her sisters today, and everybody's gonna try to wear a butterfly or something else, she said. But I got a beautiful jade butterfly that I'm gonna wear.
uh,
That'll
Yeah.
be
that's
nice.
very nice. Very nice.
Yeah. And it's okay now. I could talk about her. I always miss her, but before it was so raw. I just couldn't
Yeah,
even, I'm sure everybody's felt that way.
absolutely. I still feel that way, honey.
Yeah.
But you got to know that they're in God's hands, and we
Yeah.
can only pray to God in heaven that we're worthy to be there.
Yeah. Yes. I'm so happy that I told the pastor about her being sick because they ended up going to school together in the same year. So he knew her and he knew her husband.
Oh,
But at least he prayed with her. He prayed with her. He goes, I went to see her and I prayed for a miracle of healing. But we took time to pray to get ready to meet Jesus.
good,
And he said that she prayed right along with him. Because when
good.
I saw her, she looked so scared. Her eyes were so, she just didn't know what was going on.
Well,
You know,
that's a normal feeling, though.
yeah, but I just thank God that he talked to her
Mm-hmm.
to get her to,
Calm.
realize
Yeah.
what was happening to her.
Did
I
she
just,
look
when
more
I
peaceful after that, Abby?
did what?
Did she look peaceful after that? Calm down?
I never seen her again. I seen her one
Oh,
time and I sat in there and held her hand. She was able to talk, but she just didn't look right. And held her hand and we talked about things and then she had the breathing machine going. So then I got up and someone else sat down for a while. And then when we left, her sister told me on the phone, "Don't come back tomorrow because she's really taken a change. She's really going. She's not going to be here much longer, and I don't want you to see her like this." I guess she kept gasping for air,
Yeah.
so
Well,
I didn't go back.
you know, some family members don't understand how someone from the outside could love their family as much as they do. And
Yeah,
sometimes when it's so near death like that, that are close to death, that they want them to have their own privacy. You know what I'm saying?
oh yeah, yeah.
Like
But I'm the
like I
kind of person I have to see them. I have to visit them. I have to.
I'm talking about what she said to you.
Oh, about not coming tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
because
know.
that's the first time I met her sister. No, second time I met her. And I know what you're saying about they want to be alone, have alone time with them. That's their last time. They want to.
Yes.
I understand all that.
Well,
But
it's about dignity too. Do you understand what I mean?
yeah,
Because I took care of the dying for quite a few years, and I've seen a lot. And
yeah,
you know, I always said if I had an opportunity to say it, I'm going to say it. So here it is. If God forbid your family member, your parent, your mom, your dad, your sister, your brother your cousin, whoever, gets Alzheimer's and they get aggressive or they truly don't remember who you are, um, just know in their soul, they really do know who you are. And just because they can't say it or speak it doesn't mean they don't love you anymore.
I feel so sorry for somebody that I would die if my parents didn't recognize me. That must be the worst pain. You,
I experienced a young man, oh my gosh, and it's never left me. He was visiting his mother and he was so angry at her. And I just couldn't understand. You know, I said, why, honey? Why are you so angry at your mom? And I said, she still loves you. She has no control over her brain. She can't help it. And I said, just know she loves you. Nothing's changed. You know, so grab her hand and tell her you love her, you know, and just enjoy the moment with her, even if it's just silence.
yeah.
My brother, I would play old music and
I was just gonna say that.
yep, he would start bebopping to the music, you know.
And they know all the words all of a sudden too.
Well, no, he would and he didn't. When it got way worse, he truly didn't. But he was just rambling on and just laughing and having a good time.
Yeah, it
And
brings
to
them back
me,
to that day.
yeah, to me, it's if he's laughing and happy and singing along, and even though it doesn't make rhyme or reason, I'm good with it as long as he's living life, you know, the best
Of
way
course.
he could. But you know that would be my greatest advice to anybody. And the last thing you lose on this earth is your hearing. So if God forbid your family member's in a coma, tell them how you feel. Tell
Right.
them you love them because they do hear you.
Yes.
You know, and I thank God because if you read the Bible, God gives you five senses, and if four are shot down, the one sense is still good. So remember that.
Right.
You know, I had a
Yeah.
comment. I don't know, maybe like 2 months ago. I have an electric chair I'm putting in, so don't think it's a weird noise. But someone said to me, not sure how I'm gonna word this.
Habada.
Something about my daughter coming to me in my forehead and going through my soul. She entered my soul because my grandchildren were still breathing. They were on their way to be murdered. My daughter was already murdered. So she was not going to heaven. I know her better than anybody on this planet. She's got one foot in heaven and one foot on earth, and she's trying back and forth to get my attention to let me know that her babies were in danger. That's what a
Oh my
mother
God.
does. So that's why she entered my forehead. And I don't care who says it, I don't give a flying poop. I'm telling you, you haven't lived in my shoes. You have no idea. You do not have my faith. And if you do have my faith, and God bless you, I'm happy for you. But until you're in that predicament, and your grandchildren are still alive and breathing, and your daughter just got murdered, don't think for 1 second she's not going to move mountains to get to your soul, to give
Yes,
you warning. You know what I mean? Think
I
about
do.
that. You know, I
Yeah.
mean, you know, love never dies. So when we die and leave this earth, our body doesn't go with us, but our soul goes to heaven. God's going to
Right.
give you a new body, but your soul goes to heaven, period.
Yep.
You know, it's not hard to open your Bible and read it. It's not hard.
She was doing everything she could right then,
Yeah,
wasn't
she
she?
was. Yes, girl, she was. My daughter knows. She knew that she'd come to me, things would get done. So I just couldn't believe what I was feeling. You know, when you look back, you're like, oh my God, those babies were still alive. You
Oh
know what
my
I'm saying?
God.
Because we didn't know. God, it hurts. We didn't know that how could I say this? When we saw the video of him loading the kids up, we saw the shadows under the car, their feet going back and forth, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And him carrying my daughter to the car to put her in the back seat. Yeah.
Yep.
We saw it all. But you got these YouTubers pulling people's puds to make
Right.
$1 or make money or whatever for their lies and their BS. It's just mind blowing. I pray to God that they never experience what we have, and it's just sad and it's wrong. And the saddest thing to me, getting off the subject, is using victims' names and bashing their family. And the only thing I could say is Jesus Christ said in the Bible, just remember they hated me first. And that keeps me going.
Amen,
Because
Sandy. Amen.
there's no reason on God's green earth, and I'm talking God's green earth that He created, that people treat each other like that. I would
Yes.
never, and I'm underlining that 1,000,000,000 times, ever treat you the way you've treated me and my son and my daughter and my grandbabies and my husband. I would never do that. And that's what I was trying to tell you earlier, Carolyn. Someone contacted me today, and it's going to be big. And I'm telling you, I'm not done speaking yet. I will voice my faith. I will voice to help all mankind. I'm not here to hurt anybody.
Right.
I
You
love
know.
you, Sandy.
Thanks, honey. I love you too. If I can help you and I leave this earth and God forbid you something similar that I said that kept you going and you knew it, all right, well, he can't hear me anymore, so, or he's Alzheimer's, whatever, they still hear you. Their soul is always connected. And I always told Carolyn, your son is always going to be connected to you. He came out of your womb. You're his mother. Bada bing, you're a yid. God says in the Bible that He loves you so much that you can't comprehend the love.
I
That's
sent
why-
Carolyn a poem about when a mother has a baby, the umbilical cord is it never they're
Forever.
always it's invisible, but it's she always will be connected to him.
Absolutely. 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 The other day I had a dream about Mother Mary, but I'm going to say that for my book. So I was thinking about it the other day. That dream I had of her was so amazing. So amazing. That's when I was thinking, I think it was the other day I heard the Beatles sing Let It Be. And they talk about Mother Mary. And my God, if that didn't give me goose pimples, because I haven't heard it in a while.
Right.
And it reminded me of my dream. And she saved my life. She came in me in my dream and saved my life.
Wow.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. And, everything that's going on around the world today, it's devastating.
It is.
And, you got to pray for your brothers and sisters, because when we all die and go to heaven, we're all going to have the same outfit, okay? And we're all going to be brothers and sisters. So cousins, relatives, whatever, we're all related, period. Bada bing. Don't make sense. But enough of that. But I love you guys, and I can't see chat, but
More people need to think like that.
well, it's I thank
I
God
love
for
to, I love to hear you talk like
In a
that.
perfect world.
Yeah, well,
Give us so much
In an
encouragement,
imperfect world.
Sandy. You're a blessing to us.
Yeah, they're throwing in
Thank you.
prayers. They're saying amen, Sandy.
thank you guys.
You know,
Thank
A
you.
lot of, you're
It's sad. I had
I don't know how
my
you
dream
did it.
was to be a doctor when I was growing up. That's what I wanted to be. And God rerouted me, because at the age of 14th, I think it was 13 and a half, something like that. My father took a massive stroke and left him paralyzed. So I couldn't leave him. I couldn't leave his side. I was going to go in the military. I took my test for the Air Force. I passed with flying colors. I was getting ready to rock and roll, and I couldn't leave him. Just couldn't. And yeah, my first love of my life. He begged me to move out west, and I said I can't leave my dad. I just can't. So he went without me, and then I met Frank. Yeah. So we dated for 2 years before we got married, but life, it's not might not turn out the way you want, but or hope for, but God has a plan for your life.
Right.
But being a hairdresser, I wanted to be a doctor. You know what I mean? But my uncle was a gay hairdresser in New York City, and he was amazing, and I just adored him, and I think it's probably why I fell into doing hair, but I looked up to him. So anyway, I had it. I had my own salon for probably, let me see, 14 years. Then I moved to Colorado when my daughter was unable to walk normal on her pregnancy with CC. And so I dropped everything and went out. But I remember one of my clients came upstairs and to my shop, and she said, she was getting up in age. She was from Scotland. She was a beautiful woman. Loved her to pieces, her and her daughter. And her daughter had, what do you call that? Trying to remember what it was. It's a disease where she can't be by herself ever. Mentally, I'm not thinking. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Wait, she can't be by herself?
Yeah, she can't live ever. She can never live by herself. I forget what that disease is.
But
Not
you
me-
can never,
She's
can never say never.
no, she couldn't. No, she could not.
Even if she fell in love with somebody who could take care of her.
Yeah, I don't know, but anyway, does anybody know what I'm talking about? That disease
Wait,
where
is
she
it?
I
can't.
don't.
How old was the person that had it?
She was 56,
And
but she looked like she was 25.
Down syndrome or
Thank
early
you,
onset
thank you,
dementia?
thank you.
Down
That's what it
syndrome.
was.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you. I'm sorry, guys. My brain's all over the place, but anyway, she had Down syndrome, and my client was like 82. She's like just crying and boohooing. She said, "Sandy, I don't understand why God did this to me." I'll tell you, the Italian and Catholic come out of me. I spun her chair around. Oh gosh, I probably already told you this story. And I put my hand on each hand of the chair, and I looked her right in the face. I said, "He loves you more than you think he does." I said, "Think about that for a minute. Your daughter wakes up in the morning. She tells you she loves you. She goes to school, her special school. She comes home. She tells you she loves you. She gets the table ready for dinner, and she helps you with dinner, and she tells you she loves you. She can't sin. She can't lie. She doesn't steal. And she tells you she loves you from the moment she gets up to the moment she gets to bed. So God sent you an angel."
Yep.
So, do you know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, I know.
and I mean, honest to God, she's always hugging her mother. I mean, how beautiful. Sometimes things might be a pain in the ass. I'm going to call it in English, but it's everything's for a reason. Period. I didn't want my grandbabies to die and go to heaven, but I think that God let everything happen because He gives everyone free will. So Numbnuts made his own path where he's going, but I believe that God allowed it because my daughter always wanted to be a mother, and he probably didn't want them to have a crap life without her. I got to be honest. That's the only thing that helps me going. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And I know for this, and And I want everyone to know this. And you can call me crazy. It just doesn't bother me. I'm telling you, God will never forsake you. And if your sibling, cousin, friend, daughter, child, grandbabies, whoever, God forbid, get murdered or die, whoever's leaving this earth is already has angels in that room, or God's guardian angels, or God Himself. And no one is by themselves. They're not in vain. So just know that. So I believe that when my daughter was dying, I do believe that she saw the devil, and I do believe she saw God and His archangels.
Mm-hmm.
And that I will take to my death, because I already know. I already know. And when I was a little girl, I told all of you that I saw Jesus Christ at the foot of my mother's bed because I was really sick. I'm telling you, if I didn't see Jesus, I probably wouldn't be the person I am today. I'm a sinner. You know what I mean? I lose my patience at times. You know, Frank and I always bicker back and puzzle, but we always laugh afterwards. You know what I mean? We've been together. We're getting ready to celebrate 42 years married.
Nice.
You know, the 16th of this month. And in August, 44 years together. And, you know, a lot of people say, you know, when death hits tragedy like this, that a marriage won't stay together. It will stay together if you work at it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got to remember why you fell in love, and the child that you lost together, you created together.
Yeah.
You raised together.
Amen.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, you know, Frank hurts a different way than I do. You know, I carried her. He was just a donor. I carried her.
Yeah.
I raised her while he was at work. You know what I'm saying?
I like what little Frankie said at the end was, if anything, this is going to make our family stronger,
Mm-hmm.
and we're going to be closer than ever.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Like he wasn't going to let it break him up.
It's you know, it's sad, and the person
It's terribly sad.
the person I'm getting ready to speak with, I'm gonna let it rip. I'm letting it all rip. I'm gonna be
Good.
saying names, channels. Oh, you have no idea.
Good.
And actually, this is the second person in the past month that I'm getting ready to do airtime with.
This
So
will be wonderful.
Yeah. And one of them's connected to the president, so I'm hoping to pass some laws.
Oh, nice.
And I've got
Wow.
about five, but it's not just about my family. It's about the future and the world and today and now, and
Right.
you know, period.
Yes.
But things
Yes.
happen for a reason, and that
Yeah.
might be the reason for you to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
I think the thing that bothers me the most, I don't care that people talk about, you know, the news. It doesn't bother me, but it's the theories, the theorists. It's the assume. I always remember that show back in the day. When you assume something, you make an asset of you and me. Remember that?
Yes.
Assume?
Yep.
And you know, and I love the part where people judge my daughter. They're pulling up old
Yeah,
on
there was
Facebook.
somebody in here the other night. I don't know if you saw it, Sandy, and she listened to this one. She came in and she said, I have to tell you that she saw one of the other people and she said, I left a channel. I was a moderator for that channel,
Yes.
that Obsession channel, Sandy, the one that I called out on. Remember?
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
called out and I got all this hate because I said, how can you guys sit there and do this stuff? And well, she left her. She said, I stood in there and I tried to stop the bashing, and she wouldn't do it. She wouldn't listen to me. And she goes, and I finally said, take my wrench, I'm done. And
Yeah.
she came in here the other night and she said, she, apologized and said she tried to make this lady stop doing this stuff, but there's no use. Okay. It's just, it's she won't stop. And
Well,
she walked out of there and then she said, I think that Sandy has me blocked, so she can't even see me. But I want to tell her, like, I'm sorry of all that. I tried to make it stop over there, but he wouldn't, so I left.
Yeah, so I blocked anybody that talks evil of my daughter. I will block you, or my son, or whatever. I will block you. I don't have or will be willing to waste any of my good energy to evil because it doesn't work for me. You know, if you're a good person
Yep.
and you have a good soul, then I've got time for you. But if you're evil, I'm just gonna do the cross to you and bless you and send you on your way. Um, like I said before, we all have two choices: hell or heaven. So God gives you free will. So if you take that free will and you bash someone and torment them, and they're not even here to defend themselves or attack a victim that's already been victimized, you know what? When you stand before God, don't let your knees knock too hard. Don't let them knock too hard because it's gonna come. It's gonna come.
Yeah.
And I don't really care at that point because I won't be there to see it. But I already told God, I said, when I die, I said, I know you'll prepare a big table for me for dinner and invite all my friends and family and my enemies. And I said, I want to cook. I want to be the one that cooks.
Of course you do.
You know what I mean? But, life is too short. And
You're
you know,
amazing.
thanks, hon.
Yes, you
You
are.
all are. I would be on this channel talking to you guys if I didn't believe in your love yous. And that goes for the Ramblers, too.
I've always thought you were amazing from the first time I ever saw you.
Thanks, good.
Since I first time I heard you speaking.
But all of you are
Same.
special. All of you are special. Every one of you in your own way. You know, it was just that I didn't want to go through this. It was dealt to me. And before this, I was just working my butt off like I always did, making a living, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Right.
But, I don't know.
They would have lost me at the phone call when they were looking for her. I don't know how you did it.
You have to. You have
Yeah, that's true.
You-
But being the distance you were
you-
from her, like you're like helpless.
No, I wasn't helpless. I had the power of prayer. Prayer can move heaven and earth.
That's
know,
true.
Even though it wasn't the way I wanted it to turn out, but I know that they're in God's kingdom and no evil can ever touch them again.
Yeah.
So, and they're off this hellish earth that we're living in. I thank God too sometimes that I know that they're there and they're safe. The things that are going on today in this world, these schools, people mocking one another.
That's exactly what how I told myself. She had to been taken for a reason because she wasn't smart enough to lie or to manipulate, nothing like that. She was 24, but her mind, she was much younger.
Yeah. You know,
And when she died, I just figured of her, she'll never ever be stared at funny or, made fun of.
yeah.
She's in heaven. Now she could see. Now she can hear.
Oh, amen. Amen. Oh, amen. And we learn all the languages too. So it will come like we're talking English. So if you don't know, like French, you'll know it all. So it's pretty neat.
Parlez-vous français? That's all I know.
So it's sad that I just learned about the man that ended his 3 children's lives. I just
That's
learned
so
about that.
bad.
Oh, it's horrible.
And I try not to stay away. I try to stay away from stuff like that. I can't handle it.
Yeah.
But I found out today from a certain source that's big. That's all I could tell you. And they wanted my input on it. And I learned everything I could about it today. And it's just tragic and devastating. And
Yeah, he was homeless.
Selfish.
He was
The
homeless.
only
He had mental
the only
illness. Yeah.
the only thing that comforts me for those precious, God Almighty, precious children and mother
Yeah.
is that, especially the mother, should know that you'll have the devil on one side and you're going to have the archangels on the other side. So they're never alone.
Amen.
They're never alone. So nobody dies in vain, not on this earth. I don't care if you think they're alone, they're not. God's there. God's always there with his angels. He gave you life and brought you on this earth. He's going to do the same when it's time. But I prayed for them, and my heart is really melting for the mother.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
pray
yeah.
to I pray to God that the people on YouTube do not treat her and mock those children or anything stupid like that. I pray to God they just leave her alone and do nothing but pray for her and her healing. And
Yeah, absolutely.
you know, a lot of
Right.
people
Yes.
would get mad because we didn't reply to all their messages. When you get 2 billion messages, you know what I'm saying? It's insane. And then, you know, you don't know who to trust, and that's a big thing, you know. But the only thing
Wasn't
you
he
could,
like on a limited visitation?
He was
he
homeless. But
was,
I don't even understand how he had visitation. But he was homeless. He lived
He
in
was
his
living in
truck.
some sort of compound.
He
He
had
stays
but
mental
sometimes in
health
a
crisis.
hotel.
but
Yeah.
the only thing that we can do as humans is pray for the families and pray for those children, you know, and you know, pray to God that we finally in the United States get some help for the men and women that came back from overseas from war that are mentally unstable, because that's a big flaw in our department of the government.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's sad,
Yeah.
but you know, it's sad, and there's going to be a lot of changes. You'll see. I'm going to make it happen before I leave this earth.
I believe it.
You know, because you know my whole family's military, and you know, you come back. Sometimes you don't come back okay. You're a
Oh,
little
yeah.
mental.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and it's not just going overseas. It's the screaming in your face. You know, degrading you. You know, my brother told me all about it. Very aggressive, and you know, a lot of people aren't used to that. You know, I mean, they're not going to be your mommy and your daddy, but still, it's not cool. But needless to say, Frankie had 2 friends that went in the military and they came back. One of them is really not okay mentally.
Right.
Uh-huh.
He saw too much, you know, saw things that never in your lifetime you would ever dream of seeing. It was a nightmare. And anyway, if you Google that, you know, we've got veterans that are on the streets and homeless and not getting the equipment they need for their bodies or the help that they need
Nothing.
for their head. It's crazy. Do you know that it costs $300 an hour for a psychiatrist?
Yeah.
$300 an hour.
Yep.
So, as victims, you're only allowed 16 to 36 visits. Well, how about forever? You know what
As
I'm
long
saying?
as you need them. Yeah, as long as you need it.
Exactly. And that's where our government should step in.
Well, that didn't stop too long ago, right? I mean, they had the mental hospitals were all open and
Yeah.
they were taking care of people like that, but then all of a sudden they shut the door on them and they were dropping them off just down the street somewhere.
Yeah.
I just think that there's money. So, I don't know, how can I say it? Before Trump got back in, this was going on for years. The government's not stepping in and doing what they need to be doing. You know what I mean? Seriously, they're not. If I was the government, I'd build houses. and I'd let the homeless stay in there. You have rules. For you to stay here, you have to get a job. It could be part-time, full-time, whatever. If you mentally can't get one, then you're going to get on permanent disability. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's going to play their part. It's called teamwork.
Yeah,
You know? Sad.
yeah. They got to be taught though. If they've been homeless for so long,
But it's not
they
even
don't-
homeless, it's the drug problems here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, stop allowing it to get over here.
It's the drug problems.
Stop allowing the countries bringing it over here.
The government brought a lot of it over, though, Sandy.
You know what I mean? Isn't that
And
sad?
the pharmaceutical companies, and like, look at the Sacklers. They created all this by putting people on all those opioids
Right.
and saying they weren't addictive, and it was all a lie.
Yeah,
That's
and they had
sad.
people go out and sell it to the offices. I saw that movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's sad. That's really sad, isn't it?
yeah,
Yeah, because they would get Porsches or whatever, and they dress
yeah.
like the
I know
girls
all
on
about the
Selling
pharmaceutical
Sunset.
companies doing that. They gave all the freebies to the doctors. Here, prescribe this, and here's the
Yeah.
tickets to the
Here
opera.
too.
Here, prescribe this, and here's you can go to this fight. Here,
And
prescribe
once they
this.
get going, they'll be back for more and more. We'll make a lot of money.
Oh, and it's not addictive. Don't worry about it. It's not addictive at all.
Oh, right.
And then they were highly addictive. It's the same thing as the Johnson and Johnson, and all these families made all of this money. They knew their products weren't safe. That's really
Yep.
scary. Yeah, there's
What is that?
documentaries.
What
on
is
all
that?
of them.
Also, it was an ulcer medication too that wound up being Prilosec, I think it was.
Yeah, yeah. I think-
Turned out to be really, really, really bad
Yeah.
for you.
What was
I'm
it
on the
called?
class action.
Prilosec?
I'm in the
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Prilosec.
hmm
They have lawyer
I'm in
commercials
the
for that.
class action for the Johnson and Johnson lawsuit. They contacted me.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Well, for the
Wow.
powder?
No, the tape mesh.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the class action contacted me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope to God that you can get everything fixed and
No,
whatever.
it can't be. So that's that is what it is.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's okay. But
That's
the powder,
great.
I have a friend that has recently passed away after her powder class action one.
Oh boy.
Wow.
That was
One,
the powder one.
is that the talking powder? That talk?
Yeah, the Johnson and Johnson talcum powder.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But she was near from church. She was near 80 by the time she passed away. So she'd been using it like all her young life.
So you know that shower to shower baby powder
Yeah.
from Johnson and Johnson?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used that for years
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people
on
did.
myself for
A
years.
lot of people did.
And you know what's crazy is cosmetologists can't use powder for like dusting off the neck to get the hair off, but the barbers
Yeah.
can. Does that make sense?
No.
Oh, wow.
And that's the talking powder. That's so bad. Gosh, it's so bad. Yeah.
Why,
Frankie, my
what did
foot-
they find out that they did? I remember that, but what did it do?
It causes
It's cancer.
That's
Cancer.
what I
It
thought.
has a carcinogenic in it. Is that right? The caking powder is
Yes.
carcinogenic?
Yes.
Yeah.
And aluminum in your deodorant.
But it
that's-
was more than
Yeah.
but it was more than just the talcum powder. I'm telling you, the Johnson and Johnson. There's a documentary. It'll make you sick.
Really?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
and like one of the grandsons went to one of the rich grandfathers in the thing, and he said something like, "Shouldn't we tell them or something about this stuff?" And his grandfather just started laughing and laughing, like,
Oh, wow.
who cares? Just where they laughed all the way to the bank, and so did this Sackler family, and so
Yeah,
all
they
these
did.
people, and all these people that take these opioids and say they're not addicted to them, they are addicted to them,
Yeah.
100%. But they say,
A
"Oh
lot
no,
of
I need
them
it. I
are.
need it for my chronic pain. I have to have it. I have to have it," and they're addicted to it. And they just
They
don't.
gave
They
me
don't even
those
know
when I
it.
had my shoulder, and I haven't taken one.
They're
I don't
totally,
like that.
totally addicted to it. And if they would just look at it, they would see it.
Yeah.
It's the way it is. It's the way it's made. It's
Didn't
designed.
the Johnson and Johnson cause uterine cancer too, or something?
Yeah,
Yeah,
ovarian.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah.
remember, girls, remember when you first shave your armpits, let your armpits dry for at least 24 hours overnight. So if you take a shower at night, don't shave your armpits till the next day or whatever. I
Yeah, so
don't
many people
put
did. Little
deodorant
lady,
on
so
right
many
away.
people did, right?
When you shave,
Yeah.
you're removing skin. So you have open pores. You're putting deodorant
Yep.
that contains aluminum right in there.
Yep.
I mean, you wonder why when you get your breast cancer removed, you've got all your lymph nodes underneath your armpit being removed also. So it's crazy.
Well, yeah, I stopped. Yeah, they had me, make sure I didn't use any aluminum deodorant.
I use
Yeah.
Tom's deodorant. It's like a lavender scent. It's 100% natural.
I've seen that. Yeah.
That's the only one I use and get at Walmart.
I've used, I forget what it is, but I always make sure I don't use any that have that.
Just don't get anything
aluminum.
that contains aluminum in it.
Right. Yep.
For your men too. Your men they get
Yep.
breast cancer too.
They do. Yeah, they do.
God bless you.
Bless
Bless
you.
you, Gil.
Thank you. And the men have this mesh in as well. It's not just the females. The
Is it
men
for
are
the
a part of
hernia?
this.
For the hernia?
Yeah, hernia, bladder, stomach, bowel, lots of things.
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. You want to hear something crazier? My husband used to work for a company that made them.
The mesh.
Yes. They made all kinds of like bra material, the mesh, stuff like that.
Mm.
Many years ago. Mm-hmm.
Even replacement parts. I think some sort of the knee replacements, hip replacements, shoulder replacements. They made people really, really thick.
Well, one thing I'm going to tell you that they could use, so you know, for the future, and this is for anybody that's listening.
Yes.
So my father had a main artery that was decaying behind his stomach, so they had to physically remove his stomach to get to the main artery. And they wanted to use mesh, and I said, no, use something else. What else you got? And they said, well, we're looking at pig skin. And I said, that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, I said, use that. And he asked me why. And I said, because it's not a foreign object would be what? Material. Why would you put material in the human body?
Oh, absolutely.
You know, use skins. We have skin, so, and I know pig skin's kind of on the tough side.
Yeah,
So I was 17 when they did that for my father. Isn't that crazy? But it worked.
Yeah.
Are
The
you
sling.
kidding, little lady?
The sling went ahead, and the tape was grandfathered in from the sling,
Oh,
right? Or it had its patent, and then the patent pending from grandfathered in from something that was already had a patent pending.
wow. Really?
Yeah,
Little
that's how they
lady
got it
said,
through.
I'm not kidding,
Jeez.
Carolyn. Little lady has never had to use deodorant.
So she's never had the type of.
Little
That-
lady,
that
you
sweat
don't
gland.
sweat
She's-
under your arms.
Wow, she doesn't have the glands there.
So she doesn't eat garlic?
obviously.
That's crazy, little lady.
My
What
girlfriend
happens
had to
if
have
you
hers
run or
removed.
something? You don't sweat under your arms? Do you sweat in the other places of your body, like your face and stuff? Jimmy doesn't sweat much at all either. I sweat like a fool all over my face, my everything.
Well, I like, when you sweat like that, Carolyn.
Yeah.
Do you know that your major pores are really loose and open, which means the more you sweat and the more grease you have that is getting released, the younger you'll be looking.
Oh,
So
maybe
you don't-
my face sweats like oh my gosh, it's just humid, and we walked around and stuff, and we weren't.
You don't
we
have
were-
any wrinkles either, Carolyn.
Yeah,
my
no,
face
she's
was
got
sweating like
flawless
you could
skin.
not believe. Never. You
And
don't
I-
sweat at all. Not even your face, little lady. Not anything.
Wow.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
pretty neat. Now I had a nephew that didn't sweat much at all, like on his body, but he did on his forehead,
Your head
from his
sweats.
head,
Oh yeah.
and
Wow.
his feet smelled like a sewer plant.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It came
And
out of the feet. My girlfriend had to have her sweat glands stripped because it was just, well, when we were nurses, it just didn't
he
work
would
well.
come out of the shower and they'd still be stinking. I'm like, oh
Yeah.
my God, go back in there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because I'm packing a underarm aerosol deodorant and a roll-on deodorant because it's going to be very, very hot on the cruise, and I'm scared of sweating in the places I don't want to sweat. So
Well,
I'm taking
they've got a new
it's a
they've
clear liquid roll-on.
they've got a new product out. A lady's a doctor, a gynecologist. She made the product and it can go anywhere on your body.
Oh, is that thing they advertise on YouTube? That what
Lumi?
is it
Yes.
called? Lumi?
Yes.
Yeah,
And
Lumi.
I would like to know the exact ingredients before I put that all over my body. You know what I mean?
Does anybody use Lumi in here?
Never have.
No.
I wish I would have that day for the airport, Carolyn.
When you got out of jail.
No, on the way back home.
When I got strip searched. Oh my gosh.
No,
I
you
didn't
did
get
not.
strip searched.
Well, she got groped.
No, you did.
She
did.
did.
Oh
She
my God.
got groped.
Because it was so
Granny
hot
got
in there, and we
groped.
had to walk back through security a second time, all the way back through the airport.
Yeah.
And it was hot in there. I know. Gosh.
No, poor old Granny got groped.
Because I kind of showed up a little bit hot in that area, and something was kind of
Oh my
hanging because I had something there, for protection.
Oh,
And the guard, she knew what it was, but she's like, I still have to do that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, okay.
That's so funny.
Mhm.
It was embarrassing.
You are so funny, Scooter.
Teen spirit.
I'm trying to picture. It's like so crazy.
It's embarrassing.
Oh my goodness.
Wasn't it, Abby? Oh, wait, Abby.
Yes.
You were there.
So see, when
Yes,
Carolyn
you
picked
were
you
there
up,
with
it
her.
said "Welcome home, Grandma, from jail, from prison." And then when you
I know,
went
it's
back,
so
they were stripping you to make sure you had nothing to go in jail with.
No contraband.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Oh
that's
my
funny.
gosh.
I remember seeing on a program once where some people don't have, and it's something on your tongue that you will never ever have bad breath.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah, and I've always wished I had that.
How?
What, like peppermint?
No, it's something that they're born with. It's something that's either on their tongue or not on their tongue. And no matter what, they
Non-salivating
never
breath?
ever will have bad breath.
What if they eat a whole bunch of garlic? Come on.
It doesn't matter. Does not
No,
matter.
garlic will give you bad breath.
It's
It actually
it-
make your
it-
sweat smell like garlic.
It'll give you garlic breath.
It's something that they've done studies, and these people never ever will have bad breath. They'll wake up, they'll never have morning breath.
wow.
I mean, I don't know, Sandy. Maybe if they do eat a bunch of garlic, maybe for a few hours, maybe you could smell that or something. But no, they'll never have bad breath.
Well, I know when my family, like, well, when you get on a ladder and you're holding something for somebody and you're behind them on the ladder and you're following them up, and you could just smell garlic pouring off their body, the sweat.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
that's when people eat a whole bunch of garlic and it actually comes out of their pores.
Yes.
Yes. It's terrible.
I've heard
And
of
what's
that.
funny is people will smell the garlic and they're like, God almighty, how much garlic do you eat? And they said that to my son, and he's like, well, not as much as you think I do. It was so funny. Oh my God. And I just made a bunch of roasted garlic because I bought a big bag of it. So I don't let anything go to waste. So I'll just do the whole batch.
But you can't
Uh-huh.
say that anymore because you threw out cupcake batter today.
Yeah, it was only 2 cupcakes,
But
Carol.
still, I would never think that you would do that.
What
I
happened?
was shocked.
She said she made
What happened?
cupcakes today. She told me she made cupcakes today. So then
Right.
she goes, I made
Well,
six of this one. And I said, but wait a minute, didn't you use
Boston
a
cream.
cake mix? And she goes, yeah. And I said, so that makes more than 12 cupcakes.
so listen, girls. Now, everybody in chat, listen to me. I had enough for 2 more cupcakes. So when the whole tray of 12 was done, so do I heat my oven for another 20 to 30 minutes to cook these 2 cupcakes, or do I just throw it away?
You know what I would have done?
I threw it
I
away.
wouldn't have left the oven on. I would have put it in a mug and made a mug cake and ate it for breakfast.
There you go. Could have done that too, but I didn't think that way because I was so busy cooking everything else.
You
I
were
was,
busy.
I was on a bake fest today.
You were.
So I made the crumb cake. I doubled my recipe. So I made a double batch of that, and it was overflowing into my oven. Good gracious! Then I take I made 12 cupcakes. So I kept 6 plain, and the other 6 I poked a hole in it and put vanilla pudding in it, and then put chocolate icing on top, like a Boston cream.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny, little lady? I never thought you were married. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that funny, little lady? I never thought you were married. Don't ask me why. I just never got a vibe that you were married. That's so funny.
Just a little lady.
Now I just found out. She said her husband eats a clove of garlic every day. I don't know why. I just thought she was not married. I don't know why.
My husband's grandmother was pure Polish, and she would warm up some milk and chop up her 3 garlic cloves every night before she went to bed.
Really? Milk and garlic?
Wait a second. Now say...
Yeah.
Wait. Now, Victoria says, I did a cake decorating course, and now I don't want to eat cupcakes with buttercream. Why not?
Oh, for shame, Victoria.
Why don't you
Just
want to
give me
eat
buttercream.
cupcakes with buttercream? Uh-oh.
That's my love. That's my favorite sweet.
Well, I used pudding in mine. Instead of making the Jello, I put pudding in it, so I made them like kind of like little miniature Boston cream.
Yum.
Yeah, it was really good.
I want to find out why she won't eat them with buttercream.
I guess it just was too much for her, probably.
What do you eat them with?
Huh?
I wonder what she eats them with instead.
Maybe whipped cream?
What I like to do is get a cake with whatever's on top, split it in half, turn it upside down, and eat it like a sandwich.
Yeah, I do that too.
Wow, little lady, why don't I ever think that you are? Isn't that strange? Now I'll have to remember that.
So if she's little lady, what's his name? Little man?
A big man or big guy or
A medium man. Tell him I'm only kidding.
she's his little lady and he's her lover boy. He's her lover. Maybe he's her lover boy and she's his little lady.
That sounds cute.
You guys remember, I just saw this thing on a little clip or something. I don't know what it was. But remember that Charlene something Tilton or Tilton or whatever? I think she was on Dallas or something.
Yeah, sounds
You
familiar.
know who I'm talking about?
Sounds
I
familiar.
never watched it. Huh?
Sounds familiar.
That little blonde.
Yeah, what about her?
Do you know she was only 4 foot tall?
I'm trying
4
to think of
foot.
who it
That's
is.
tiny.
Isn't it?
You've been together
Yeah.
34. Wow, little lady. Victoria said, I found it's too sweet. Well, you can make it less sweet if it's made with icing sugar and butter.
Very rich.
Very rich, and I love sweets.
Carolyn makes it so wonderful.
You can
You'll
make
have to-
it less sweet if you don't like it sweet, and if you want it lighter, you can add some. You can add like half with the whipped cream, real whipped cream, and buttercream together almost.
I wish you weren't so far away, Victoria, so Carolyn could send you some.
Yeah, I was just telling
Yeah,
Gail
because my mother
today.
used to not like it too, buttercream, and really I thought I didn't like buttercream until I made it on my own. And this one lady that made these christening cakes, and my mother said, "Oh my gosh, what are they going to use? Buttercream?" And she says, "Oh yeah, but this lady doesn't make it so sweet like that. She makes it this other way." And she's like, "You just have to have it. She makes a beautiful buttercream." But yeah, my mother was always
I
afraid
like
it was going to be
ganache.
too sweet because some people make it way too sweet.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't take it real sweet either.
Oh, lemon. Yes, lemon. I love lemon. Um, Ganache. Who likes ganache? Oh my gosh.
Chocolate ganache,
Love
yeah.
ganache.
Yeah, that's good. My daughter makes that
But
really good.
I
I mean,
also like that.
I remember that a long time ago, like when, oh my gosh, like this is my daughter was like 2 years old. My sister in law said, take a can of this is before I made my own frosting. Take a can of chocolate frosting and mix it with a container of Cool Whip. And it comes out like a chocolate
Oh,
mousse. But then you could do it
Really?
with real buttercream and real whipped cream. And it'll come out lighter and fluffier, and it'll be a real fluffy and not very sweet, you know. Because if you make the whipped cream yourself, you don't even have to hardly add any sugar to it, and if you, because you can always add more sugar if it's not sweet enough, but
Right.
it'll make it very
Did
light
that
and fluffy.
work?
It was like that whoopie cream stuff when we mixed the marshmallow and the what did we mix? The marshmallow and the buttercream together, kind of.
Did that work though?
Yeah, but yes, you could use the whipped cream, and you can make a very light and fluffy buttercream. Yeah, it's like a chocolate mousse,
At that new Dollar General
but not a very
market,
heavy mousse.
they
What?
had whoopie pies there, and I almost
I
bought
may I have
one.
a video on those.
Oh, I know you do.
No, no, I have
But
a video on the box version too, from years before
oh,
that.
but I almost bought one, but the icing inside looked super duper sweet, and I
Yeah,
thought,
yeah, I know we made that once, but you should make.
yeah,
Yeah, you can make them the real way. You love
I know.
marshmallows and syrup cakes. Yeah, Victoria, just try adding making the buttercream and adding less. Try just add less sugar. And see if you like it better. And then if you make a chocolate buttercream, you can also add some almond extract if you want that. You like lemon glaze? Yeah, lemon glaze is good.
I have still been, Victoria, thinking about the birthday cake Carolyn made for me this year. The chocolate cake with the white buttercream frosting.
oh yes.
That Linda kept thinking was Elle's coconut cake. Oh my gosh.
It still kills me that I didn't finish
I know, and it
it
still
because I
kills me
got
that
too
Linda was
full.
yelling about it and getting all angry about it, and she thought it was the coconut cake until I finally said, "That's not the coconut cake." That's the cake I made for Scooter. She thought I made the ice cream cake for your birthday. Oh my gosh, what a nightmare all of those cakes were this year. Next year, I'm
Oh,
not
the
making
fridge
cakes
too was
unless
blown up,
everybody is
wasn't it?
staying the full time because that kills me.
I mean, I had that piece, with a piece of
Yeah,
Linda's
that kills me that I
deconstructed ice
spent all
cream
that
cake,
time and all that effort, and then
and it was so freaking good.
I know, but I'm now. You must stay the
I
whole
still
time, or
keep
there's no
thinking of
more
that
cakes.
sitting on the table there.
I
I'm
know.
thinking, oh, why can't I have it here? Oh, you watched the cake decorating reels. Okay. It was so good. It was so good. She makes a mean cake, I'll tell you that much.
That sounds like.
Yep.
What is Hi doing? Oh,
And
Hi's got a sewing.
you
Is she?
you
What?
can get the cup warmer things. It's just a round thing. You plug in USB and you put your cup on it and keep it warm.
Yeah.
I have got a little jar, it's a metal thing, of Vicks sitting on it, and it smells so good. I melted it. I just put the vapor up,
Yeah.
and I've got a pop sitting on it, and it's melted, and it smells so good in here. a bit of useless information.
Well,
even though I've
Ethan
got
didn't
hot
answer me if he got to Bermuda, so I hope they didn't get into the triangle. How long does it take to get from Manhattan to Bermuda? Let's find out.
Well, if you got your passport, quicker than if you don't.
Let's find out. Oh yeah. Manhattan.
We should all go visit Gail.
I couldn't
And
do that
Florida.
flight. I could not do that flight.
How about we all meet on a cruise somewhere?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Cruises
Next year, we'll meet on a
typically
cruise
take 1 to
somewhere.
2 days, sea days to reach Bermuda. Oh, 1 to 2 sea days.
My Esther wants to go on the New Zealand one. She wants to walk down the path where something of the Hobbit was filmed.
One of Dave's sisters and her husband just got back a couple of weeks ago about a week and a half ago from an Alaskan cruise.
Oh, wow. My first cruise was the South Pacific Islands. Yeah, and this one here is Papua New Guinea. And the next one will be New Zealand.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Here's
I was making Shelley. Go ahead.
No, you go. I didn't even renew my passport when we were going through the troubling times in the world. I just let it, run out. Now now that it's up and running, might as well use it again. For the Pacific Islands, I didn't need a visa, but for the Papua New Guinea Islands, we need visas as well. Passport and visas. In some countries, you have to read the laws first. In some countries, cameo clothes are banned.
What kind
So
of what
if
is
you
what
got
is
that
banned?
smell,
Wait,
it's-
what is banned?
Say you camouflage. Say you've
Oh,
got a
camouflage
pair of, say,
clothes.
yeah,
Really?
camouflage
Why are they
bike
banned?
shorts on, because of some of the countries have bad people in them.
Oh,
That's their uniform.
okay, got you. Yes.
Yeah, so you turn up with camouflage shorts on.
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, you can get arrested.
Yeah.
Wow.
Even the hats and jackets and
Well, girls,
Same here, little lady. I never have been either.
That's crazy.
well, all you wonderful ladies and gents, I'm going to bed. It's 2:45 in the morning here.
Yeah, we're gonna be going to bed too. So.
good night.
Good night. Okay, remember that we're gonna
Wait,
do
well-
crafts tomorrow night. So, Sassy Darcy Frilly Farmhouse, you need to get up there.
Love you, Sandy.
Love you all.
I love you.
Love you, Sandy.
Thanks for
Sweet
tolerating me.
All right.
Oh, we love having you.
tolerating her. Oh my God.
And good night to all the ramblers.
Good night.
Sandy.
Night. Love you guys.
Good night.
Love you too.
Abby,
Love
did
you.
you see the cake
Bye.
video? Abby, did you see the cake video?
Yeah,
Did you see that?
I did. That was humongous.
Oh, okay.
I caught it last night over and over and over and over.
I've never had one either, little lady.
Never had what?
Passport?
Oh, a passport. I don't have one either. Nor do I have a real ID.
That means you cannot go into a federal building,
Means I can't fly either, I guess.
right?
Can't fly, can't drink, can't smoke. What do you do?
Can't go to court.
Can't drink,
So then
can't
what's
smoke.
gonna
What do
happen?
you do? Dun-dun-dun-dun. Can't you follow? Must be something inside. Do you have your real ID, Evie?
Well,
Do you have your real ID, Evie, yet?
No.
I guess you're not flying either or going in any federal buildings, huh?
No, not right now. Not
I guess
next
not.
week.
Do you have your real ID, Scooter?
No, that's what I
I
said.
guess you're
No.
not flying or going in federal buildings, are you?
Oh, no.
I think within the next month I'll do that because I got some work to do before I can get it.
Yeah.
But
Is your court date?
I found my old ID with that name on it. That should be good.
Oh, that'll work.
You found, what did you find?
My old ID.
Yeah, but I
from
think you have to have your marriage and divorce
right
certificate
right.
for each time you were married. The 16 times you were married, Evie?
Uh-huh.
You have to have a marriage and divorce decree for every time.
Oh Lord,
I know.
that's a lot.
And what about those ones that were in Yemen?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be fun trying to get that paperwork.
I have better luck getting a job at the airport.
Probably. I don't know what you're going to do. You have better luck probably getting a new ID. Like, I mean, a new identity.
Yeah.
Same
Witness
here,
protection.
Carolyn. Same here.
Street corner, get a new identity or a
Yeah.
backstreet.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. That marriage in Somalia, Scooter, that's going to be a problem for you.
It's going to be, yes.
Yeah, I know. Oh my goodness. Yeah. And this- It's probably stupid. I bet you somebody could probably get a totally new identity going like all these like scammer people.
Of course they
They
can.
probably have like such an easy time. Like, okay, watch this one. Diddly-diddly-dee. Here I go.
Yeah.
They've got a real ID, a passport.
You're not going to believe how much stuff Grace took out of off the table of what I don't need to take.
Oh yeah. When are you going? 5
No,
days?
Mom, you're not wearing that. You're not wearing that.
Yeah, she's probably right. How many days? 4 days? 5 days? What do you got?
10, 11.
No,
My
wait a minute.
mother-in-law went
No,
on
but
that
you're
cruise.
leaving. When are you leaving?
Oh, leaving in about, I don't know, 4.5 days.
Yeah. What day are you leaving?
I'm leaving where I live to go to the city by bus the day before. So what's today? My today is Friday. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Yeah, I leave in about 4 days.
Oh, you're leaving Monday. You're leaving like when Ethan's getting
Tuesday.
back.
So Tuesday on the bus
Yeah.
and then Wednesday fly. Then
When Ethan's getting what?
Back
yeah.
from Bermuda.
Ethan?
Yeah, Ethan's
Yeah.
on cruise right now.
Wow.
Senior class trip. My daughter goes like
yeah,
this.
the senior
Wow. I told my daughter, I go, wow. She goes, where's Ethan? I said, Ethan's in Bermuda. And she goes, wow. I said, she goes, that's some senior class trip. She goes, we went to, where did she tell me she went to? What the
We
heck
went
did
to
she
the
tell?
free museums in
Yeah,
LA.
I said we went to Action Park, and she goes, "Class Action Park," because there's a documentary about this place that we went on our senior trip, Action Park. They call it Class Action Park, and but where the heck did she say they went to on their senior trip? She said
That's
Dorothy Park or
impressive.
something. Yeah, it was like, and she's like, "Yep."
Middle school, my son went to Washington.
Yeah, they all go to Washington, right? Ethan couldn't go to Washington because I think when they were going to Washington, that's when it was the pandemic. Luke went to Washington. They go to this camp over here, and I don't think Luke could go to it. One of them couldn't go to it, Frost Valley. I think Ethan went to it, but I don't think Luke was able to do it because of the pandemic.
My mom sent me to camp one year.
Yeah, but this was at the school, like at the school trip. And then I forget where she told me they went on their senior class trip, but it was something like, she was like, that's where we went, Mom. I'm like, I know.
Yankee Stadium.
No one can believe he's going to Bermuda on his class trip.
I know.
That's
I
amazing.
remember that.
It's crazy.
I can't remember what we did.
Yeah, we went to Class
Went to
Action
the
Park.
pool down the street.
Class Action Park.
That's great.
And my daughter goes, "What did you do the most?" I said, I went on that thing that you said is the most dangerous, the thing where they put the cement tracks down the ski slopes, and we went up on chairlifts, and then we had these little scooters that we rode down these cement tracks that were down the ski slopes.
Oh my
Oh my
God.
gosh, I remember my physics teacher was like next to me and the other thing, and she was like racing with me, and I don't think we had helmets or any kind of protective gear or anything. And that's why they call it Class Action Park. And when my daughter told me there was a whole documentary about it, I'm like, oh my gosh, that is I can't believe it. That is where that was our senior class trip.
You could be one of the founders.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Abby, you crack me up.
You're,
Yeah, the
So
Pacific
funny.
Islands were lovely, Victoria.
What, Gail?
The Pacific Islands, they were lovely.
Oh, I bet. So that's where Victoria went too.
Yeah.
on their class trip?
No,
No.
no, I think it was just a
Trip. Just a trip, Victoria. Just a trip.
We went to what's it called?
Oh, Lake Tahoe?
Oh,
Big
no,
Bear?
we went to the Mission Capistrano.
Oh,
And the ocean. What's that place called where they
Huntington
go?
Beach? Newport?
No, not that.
No.
It's where they have like little tide pools. Not Capistrano.
San Francisco? Bay?
No, it was like 30 minutes away.
Oh,
I do love San Francisco though.
did you leave your heart there?
No. I left my ATM card in the friggin' machine at
My
the
daughter lost her debit card in San Francisco. Well, she didn't. She panicked. I told her, "Don't panic. Look in your purse real good." No, she called up. She canceled it. Looked in her purse and found
oh
it.
no.
I still haven't found my wallet.
Oh my gosh,
My
you're
know.
bad. You know what you're gonna have to get, Evie? And I'm not kidding around. They
What?
have these things like I just with that new AirPod they got me. Like
Yeah,
my
AirTag.
pencil has a thing. Like if I ever lose my pencil, it'll tell me where it is. You need those air tags or whatever on everything you own.
I have them, but you're gonna not believe this. I have one on my phone and one on my keys. The one on my phone, it fell off. They're Velcro, and they each have their own color. And so we have this remote. When you lose something, you push your color, and it will beep. It's the greatest thing. But I
Yeah.
just noticed now I lost the one on the back of my phone, so I've got to be
Yeah,
very
but you
careful.
need something on your wallet. You need
Yeah,
something on everything
everything. Yeah,
because you're always losing stuff. Your glasses.
I know.
That we should invent that. We should invent that like a little tiny little strip or something that it's not going to be very expensive that you can add to everything that just goes on like a little decal
Mm-hmm.
and then it would connect to something. We should invent
Mine's
that.
about it. I
And you
don't
could
know,
get
about
like
an inch by
30
an
of them.
inch.
You'd have to put it on your glasses, you'd have to put it on your purse, on your wallet, on your keys, on your phone, on your
It's worth his money. I don't know how much Rick, he's Mr. Gadget Man. He buys all these things and I don't know how much it costs, but it has come in handy. He's got his money back on that already with
yeah.
me alone.
But yeah, because you're always losing everything.
Yeah.
My Grace and Aaron have got one on their cat.
On their what? Car?
On their cat.
Oh, their cat.
I'm amazed someone hasn't stolen it off the cat.
Well,
It's
the
a
cats,
ruin.
but the cats have those little chips. Like my
Yeah, but
dogs
this
have
is so they
chips in
can
their
trace
necks.
it on their phone. And if they they go press, find my tag, it goes beep beep, and the cat comes home. It's learnt to come home.
That's
Huh.
crazy.
It's very crazy. They didn't teach it. The cat just, I don't know. The cat just,
Comes home.
yeah, comes home and gets fed.
Wow.
But see, remember how that Black Mirror had that thing? Didn't they have a thing where they put like a chip in the kid's arm?
Uh-oh.
And they
I didn't
knew
see
where
that one.
they knew where the kid was. She had a tablet that let her see everything the kid was doing.
Oh,
Nobody
my friend has
remembers.
a watch like that for her daughter.
But think about that. I know we said like, oh, that sounds so crazy, but if every kid had a chip like that, you'd find them immediately.
Yeah.
On my phone right now, I can tell you where every one of my grown-up children are. We've all got find my
The Life 360.
no, it's different. What is it called?
Yeah, I had that Find My
yeah,
Phone,
Find
but
Mine.
but it never worked right. But then I got Life 360, and I know like I love it.
Oh, I
Let me
know
see.
what I gotta
I can
do.
Life 360 Ethan right now. Why didn't I think about that?
Of course you can.
Yeah, why didn't I think about that? I can Life 360 and know we're right here. Wait, hold on a
Hope
minute.
it don't shock him.
No. Let me
You
see.
know what I can do? I just thought of this.
Swimming in the swimming pool.
All I gotta do is push my color, and then that thing will beep, and then I'll know where it's at. Then I can put, because that's the part that beeps.
What do you mean?
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go.
The thing that's on the back of my phone,
Oh,
or it
right, right.
was.
See, yeah, but what if you dropped it like in the supermarket?
Oh yeah, that's true. I better look in my purse. I don't have a wallet, so I got a lot of room in my purse.
Oh, that's
Where's my
right. You don't
Life
have a lot of-
360? Why can't I find my Life 360 like the app? Okay, hold on. Let me just go to the one of the ones where it gave me one.
Nope.
It's weird. Under navigation? No. Where's my Life 360? In my app. Oh, here it is. I didn't know it was a purple. Okay. Let's see. Here's the family.
The family.
Let me go to Ethan. All right, Ethan.
What time is it
Spinning.
there?
Ethan
He is
is
spinning.
Ethan is near Pier 88 in Manhattan. So for some
What? So
reason,
he's almost back?
no, for some reason it didn't get him on the ship.
Oh no.
Well, I see. You know what? I see where the circle line is where we went. That was and I see he got on Pier 88 right after we went over there. I wonder how they got over there. Okay, so how come it's not following him? Does anybody know why the Life 360 is not following him on the ocean? Ethan.
Because he might not have Wi-Fi until he gets to a port.
Oh,
Good
probably.
answer.
You think on a
Yeah.
big
And
cruise
you'll need
ship, on a
Wi-Fi
big
for
cruise
360.
ship, he wouldn't have Wi-Fi?
No,
Unless
well,
he's hooked up to
me,
it. He has to
yeah,
hook
for
up to it.
me, it would be $30 a day. That's $300.
Are you
just
serious?
To say hello. Just to say hello to you, it will be $30 a day, and I'm going. I might check in every couple of days to you.
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
serious? Really?
Yeah, yep.
You'd think the school would pay for that.
That sucks.
No, it's for individual person. So we got 3 in the cabin, and we would have to pay $90 a day.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember seeing that, Carolyn. Remember when I was following that ship for a while? Those
Yeah.
people? Yeah.
And it'd be all right if you could claim on tax and get it back later, but if you were out there.
That's so weird. Okay.
for
I've never
business
been
and
on a
stuff.
cruise.
I got to start my quills tonight. My seasickness,
You're gonna start your what tonight?
the seasickness tablets. I'll start them tonight.
Oh, you have to start it early?
Early, really?
Yeah, I do. Oh my gosh, I can, I can get motion sickness going around a corner.
You love
Always.
that Dollar General, don't you, Scooter? You love that Dollar General.
Well, it's not that I love it. It's
I
just
can't
super
stand
close.
the
Have a
Dollar
bunch of
General.
them right by me.
She invested in one.
I can't stand the Dollar General.
You haven't been in any of the newer ones, probably.
I just can't stand them. They just are very depressing to me.
Well, sorry.
Even the new ones, like they're very depressing.
Wonder why you think they're depressing.
I don't know. I used to say they're too they're too high priced, but then it's like I don't know. They're just very depressing to me.
Oh, I don't understand
Oh,
that.
Brenda, that I can understand that. A friend of mine is on a cruise ship right now, and I've been journaling my day so I don't have to explain everything they missed. I gave my sister a journal when she went to
Hi,
Bali.
Brenda.
Hey, Brenda.
Oh, really? See, they don't have that Wi-Fi over there, huh? She has no Wi-Fi.
When you get into port and close, you can.
That sucks. That sucks.
I sent my son, he was 18. He had a lawsuit. He had some money. He said when he graduated, he was going to Punta Cana. And I was like, oh, nice. He was taking his friend with him. I took him to the airport, and then I'm driving back going, where is Punta Cana? Oh my gosh. They let him drink at 18 years old. When they get there, that was part of his package. They put a wristband on him. He called me one night. He was going in a dance contest. They came back with cigars and all kinds of stuff. A lot
Oh,
of rum.
It's 18 to drink here, full stop.
no,
Yeah.
but these kids have big wristbands on that say under 21. No alcohol
Oh,
for
wow.
you. No alcohol for you.
Yeah, Joe was saying, I don't really understand their language, Mom, and I've never been in a bar before, so I don't know what to order. He goes, I think I'll try one of everything. I said, I don't think you should do that.
No. Food,
And
alcohol
if it
poisoning,
roams
flight
and
home.
charges a lot, okay, Brenda.
He said the airport was like a grass hut,
Oh, wow.
and they drove on donkeys. Yeah,
How old was he? 18, you said?
18, yeah. He just graduated from school. I mean, he graduated like the day before, and then his buddy he was taking, he graduated like today, and he went down to the graduation, and as soon as he got done, they were off and running.
No, wow.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
Wait, but
It's
they
exciting, though.
but they didn't have to fly, did they?
Oh yeah, they had to fly to New York. They had to fly. They had
Oh,
to
I
make-
thought okay, because you're real close to Tijuana, aren't you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's not Punta Cana. That's like by Haiti, I think. But my cousin
They
went.
could
He
have
said
gone to
it's beautiful.
Tijuana.
No, Tijuana, that's not too far. But I don't go that way.
Isn't there where a lot of people have weight loss surgery?
Yeah, they go there and get their teeth fixed and their.
Yeah, I don't know. That's scary
Plastic
to me. That is
surgery.
so freaking scary to me. I'd be so afraid.
Oh, I know. I did know this girl though. She had her breasts done there, and they were perfect. She never had no problem. But a lot of people go there to get medicine. I
It
think you can
scares
just
the
ask
crap
for
out of
it.
me. I don't know. It just scares the crap out of me. Like I just feel like they don't have the sanitation.
Oh yeah, no.
Can't.
That's why I
Here,
don't,
we didn't get to sanitize these medical instruments. It's okay. Just run them under the water. They'll be fine.
Right.
We got to get this done. They
Good
want it
boy,
done.
my
They
good
want it done
boy.
cheap. Come on. I'll dry them off with a paper towel. They'll be fine. No, I.
I remember going there as a kid, and we had a Corvair. And when we went over the border, my parents told us to pretend we were sleeping because they put the seat down on the firecrackers they were bringing home.
Oh, yeah.
Your brother went to Cancun, and the guys from Jackass, the show, were there, jumping off balconies into pools. Really?
Oh
Oh
wow.
my gosh, they could get killed like that.
Devo.
Scooter did that once. Remember that? That was stupid. You
Yeah,
could have died.
right.
You could have died. You were so close to hitting the side of the pool. That was the last time. Like, don't do that again. It was really bad.
Can't take her anywhere.
No. Oh my gosh. Jumping from balconies into the pool.
Would you ever lay on that big old blown up, it's like a big blowed up pillow, and you lay on there and then somebody jumps from real tall and they land on that thing and the body goes
Really?
flying in the water. Yeah, I think that'd be a kick in the
It'd
pants.
be the only way I could get off that big pillow. I could probably get on there, but if you want to get off, someone would have to jump on.
Anytime I think of those big pillows, all I think about is Jodi Arias. She always talked about that big love sack that she was on with that guy after she killed Travis.
Oh God.
And she went to meet that guy. And she's
I don't
like,
think
oh,
this is the same thing.
we were on his love sack. And I'm like, oh, gross. Teenage Scooter was probably a riot, Brenda?
Well, I guess that's one of the words you could say. Maybe. My parents wouldn't have said so.
Not when they had to bail you out of jail a few times.
No, I never was in jail then.
Well, that one time when you took your mom's car and went joyriding,
Remember?
Scooter.
Up through the sunroof.
You can look it up. It's under Scooter Pooter. You'll see it. I'm not lying.
My sister handed my name over when she was younger because I was 18 and she wasn't yet. She told him that she wasn't me.
Oh, so many kids did that back in the day, right? They had the brother's ID, the sister's ID. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I think kids did. And then it was so easy for them to make fake IDs back. Well, now it's probably, I would think it's so easy to make fake IDs now with all the 3D freaking printers. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's probably people churning out these real IDs.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
hey, just go down to Howie down on. He's
Tell him
off
Laughing Linda
of
sent you.
Chinatown. He'll make you one. He's got everything you need.
Just go in the back. Tell him Laughing Linda sent
Yeah,
you.
they'll make you one. What do you need? A real ID? Come here.
Oh, I love that little short where Scooter and the boys and Gia are making out it was the police again.
Yeah, I know. That was so dumb. Drive straight. Drive straight.
Oh, look, I would have loved to have videoed the first time you actually got pulled over.
I didn't
I
even.
thought
Yeah,
we
I
were
know.
getting pulled over.
I didn't
wouldn't-
even know anybody was videotaping anything.
I couldn't even
the
turn
first
around
time?
and look.
Oh, that one, the second time.
Oh no, any of those times. Gia took all of that. We had no idea. I had no. I don't know if the people in the back knew, but I didn't know a thing.
She kept grabbing my arm.
Yeah, that guy. What are you
wasn't- I
What are you,
was- I
what are
don't
you
think I
planning on doing
realized
with
she
those
was.
buckets, ma'am?
Yeah, that was so funny. And the big black garbage bags in the back
Oh,
with
yeah.
the Idaho
That-
number plates.
Oh my gosh, that was so ridiculous. That guy, I thought, and here's what we're going to do. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not getting to Virginia tonight.
No.
Here's what we're going to do. That never is going to end good. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go over there to that lot. We're going to take everything out of the car, okay? And then I'm going to have, that's what I thought. We're going to have my buddy come over. He's going to bring the drug sniffing dog around. And then we're going to need, you're probably going to have to come down to the station and answer a bunch of questions. I'm like, what the hell?
And
Here's
then the
Show your
drone,
real ID.
Here's
and
what
then
we're
the
going to do.
drone followed you out.
Right. And you don't have a real ID, ma'am. Oh my God.
And then Linda goes, That's right. You threw me under the bus. You give Kathy Elle a You don't say Elle's real name, but
I
you
know,
give her
because
my full
I
name.
know. I
You
gave
throw me
Elle's
under the
alias,
bus.
Elle Cassie. Oh my
You,
gosh.
Elle Kathy, you give the alias. But
I
me,
know. Because
no.
I don't even think of Elle
You throw
Cassie as
me
an
under the
alias.
bus.
I think of it as like her real name. Did I tell you the
I
time I was
know.
talking to one of Elle? I was talking to one of Elle's real life friends, and she was getting so pissed off that I was calling Elle, and she goes, "What are you doing? Why are you calling her Elle?" And I said, because that's exactly like how she was introduced to us. Like, I know they're a real name, but we don't call her that. She's like, she was getting so pissed off. Oh my
That's
God.
funny.
Like, we call her Elle Cassie. Well, that's not her name. I'm like, yeah, I know that, but it's how we know her. I can't stand it, she said to me. She couldn't stand it.
So funny.
Ah.
Do you want to hear just to get every?
Try
Yes.
that again.
Want to hear a couple of Dave's sisters post? The one that always, when she calls, everybody never wants to answer the phone, but you have to.
Yes.
She says so much.
She writes
This is
very
about
word.
her last. This is her Alaskan cruise. Okay.
She writes very wordy posts.
Yeah.
Oh,
And I was making Shelley laugh so hard reading some of these. Her and my dad. My dad was just listening. He was kind of chuckling. Okay. She says, she got her name and her husband's name, and we're at the Chicago Midway International Airport. This was May 14th. We are at the airport, ready for our next adventure, heading to Portland, Oregon, then on to Seattle to get on an Alaskan cruise. I hope we have good weather. We are on the plane and we should be taking off in a few minutes. Please pray for a safe flight. The captain already said there will be some turbulence ahead, about halfway there. Okay, now that was the first one. Now the second one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pictures plus 29 other pictures. I'm not going to show them though. Okay, now let's see. Second post. Day 1 of our vacation. We left our Comfort Inn hotel in Portland. Our first stop was a place one of Dave's co-workers told him about, McMenamin's Hotel. It was a huge hotel. It had a theater, a wine tasting room, and vineyard, a few bars, and a restaurant. It was very old and eclectic. People were staying there, but people are allowed to come into the restaurant or bars and gift shop. Next, we drove to the Columbia River Gorge. We were told that's a must see. It goes on for miles. There were beautiful overlooks there. Next, we drove to see some waterfalls. The first one was Littoral Falls. It was beautiful. We decided to take the short hike up from the parking lot to see it closer. When we got back to the parking lot, a man told us there is a trail to the upper falls, which feeds into the lower falls. He said it was deep, but worth the hike. So we went up. It was, I'm just thinking of Shelley's face
can
when
I
I
just
was
say
reading.
something? Can I just say something? Wait,
What?
while you're saying that, just tell me something.
Uh-huh,
She was on
uh-huh.
last night. She sang to me, Murder of Crows. You missed it. She's not feeling well, but she was on last night. Go watch last night. She sang Happy Birthday. Um, so here's my question to you. She should be a blogger. It sounds like she wants to be a blogger. Does she have a blog? You should suggest that to her.
She would be kind of, right?
Yeah, because she seems to want to document everything she's doing.
That's true. Yeah, you're right.
right?
Don't go
Or
chasing
she might want a YouTube
waterfalls,
channel.
said Brenda. Huh, Gail? Huh?
She might want her own YouTube channel.
Oh
Maybe.
gosh. He said it was steep but worth the hike. So we went up. It was hard at times because in addition to being uphill, it was very muddy in places and rocky. We wanted to be sure not to fall and sprain an ankle or worse, since we still have a cruise to get on Sunday. Get free trips too. Let's see. Okay. Oh, where are we? Let's see. Or where's okay to get on Sunday? We made it to the top and it was well worth it. We were able to take another path down that was longer, but not quite as steep. Next, we drove to Multnomah Falls. By the time we got there, it was late afternoon and starting to rain.
Brenda. Oh, Brenda.
We knew that this popular place had a restaurant, so we ate first. It was very nice. We were seated in the dining room with a view of the falls. After we ate,
Geek, geek, geek.
to see the falls, they were awesome. There is a trail to hike up.
How old is she? How old is this woman? Is she older than
Let's
you?
see. Yeah, she's a year older than Dave and I.
Okay.
She and Dave
Do you
are
know
the same
this
age for 2 weeks. Huh?
This reminds me of the letter you used to send daily, or you know, you
Or
used
you're
to
yeah, when you're in
telegrams or-
camp and you write letters to your friends. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Keep going.
That's so cute.
Keep going.
A living diary.
What happened? Come on.
Okay. There is a trail. There is a trail to hike up closer to them, but it was raining heavier, so we didn't do that. We bought some fudge from the gift shop for dessert later and left.
Hey, that wouldn't make it back to the cabin room. If I had fudge, that'd be in my belly.
Then we drove to Lincoln City, Oregon, Holiday Inn Express. We had supper at a Mexican restaurant, Maz Latin, nearby.
You mean they haven't even made it on the cruise yet? Oh wow. Okay. I thought they were on their way home.
It's been raining.
How many days did they get there before they had the cruise came and got them? Wow.
I'd be exhausted before I got on the cruise.
We're going to Depot Bay in the morning. It's a state park. There are areas.
They're gonna have to sleep on the cruise.
There are areas that are supposed to be good for whale watching.
I wonder if they saw a whale.
Who would have thunk it?
I hope we see some. It's been a busy day. I'm tired and ready for bed. And then she's got, like I said, 29 plus pictures already there. Okay, and then let's see the next post. is 16 plus pictures of Depot Bay and a bunch of other
Did they
things.
see any whales?
We'll find out.
No.
This is day
We're very
2.
invested now, aren't we?
Yeah. Day 2 of our vacation. I know I'm posting a lot of photos, but I want to keep track of where we have gone each day. We started our morning at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center, not far from where we spent the night. The lady there gave us a lot of information about how to spot a whale. We stayed a while but never saw anything. We took a few photos of the beach, went to a few souvenir shops, then drove to the next beach. That was Nescowan State Park. It was a great place to walk on the beach, but it rained off and on all day. The temperature today was in the low to mid 50s. When we were by the water, it was really cold and windy. The next stop was Hug Beach. There was a big rock formation Dave wanted to see. We had tried to call our daughter Becky earlier. I remember Shelley looking at me like, she really is saying all this? And she called us back when we were at Hug Beach. We did FaceTime. She, Andrew, and the boys were at Sam's baseball game. And Becky
Sure have
and
grown.
what?
Were they
They
winning
sure
or
have
losing?
grown.
Were the kids winning or losing the game? What is Scooter doing?
She, Andrew, and the boys were at Sam's baseball game, and Becky and Luke were in tank tops. She said it was hot at home. She could see we had coats on and that it was very windy. What a difference. But we knew it would be colder here than at home. The last beach we stopped at was Hannon Beach. We followed the Oregon coastline all the way up. Then we headed east to get to Washington. We stopped in Longview, Washington for the night. We went to Bruno's Pizza for supper. It was very good. Now we're ready to relax. We have done a lot of walking these past 2 days.
So no
And she's
whales,
like-
right?
The
No
difference is Scooter's got the visual as well as the written word. We've just got the written word. She's got the 200 photos.
This lady's really, she sounds like she's a teacher or something, or she's kept like really
Right?
detailed
She does,
journals.
doesn't she?
Yeah.
A detective.
wow.
Now what
And
happened? When
then-
do they get on the, come on, what happens next day?
Okay, day 3 of our vacation.
We slept and missed our boat.
We forgot our passport and forgot to apply for visas.
Not real
Oh,
idea.
they're at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites at Seattle SeaTac Airport. Day 3 of our vacation today was a great day. We woke up to sunshine and temps in the 50s. We went to a great restaurant for breakfast that was on a list the hotel gave us. It was called Stuffy's. It was a 50s type diner with a real jukebox. It was a fun place. The food was great too. Then we headed out to go to Mount Rainier National Park, about 2 hours away.
Wow.
We weren't sure.
I can't believe they planned all this before they even got on the cruise. She probably has a big itinerary. She's probably a big planner.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she is. Yeah, they are. Uh, we
Mount
weren't
Rainier.
sure. We weren't sure if we would get to go because last night we heard that there was a snowstorm there. Since the weather was good, we decided to try it. The weather was great until we were almost there. Then a light rain started. When we got to the gate, the ranger said some roads were closed. and we wouldn't be able to drive farther than the visitor center because there was a severe winter storm at the top of the
Oh my
mountain.
gosh. What did they do? What did they do? Oh my gosh. Come on. What did they
First part.
do?
The first part of the drive was nice, but then we started seeing snowbanks on the side of the road. By the time we got to the visitor center, everything was snow covered. It looked like we were at a ski lodge because some people had snowshoes and poles and were going on trails. It was so
Was they going
pretty.
to Alaska?
Yeah, they're going to go on an Alaskan cruise. That's where they're supposed to go. Some people were hiking. We didn't hike because we didn't have snow boots.
Oh my god.
They'll learn.
There was a sign that said all the trails were snow covered. We looked around, took some photos, and learned some things about Mount Rainier.
Wouldn't it be funny if
re-
she was like, crap, we got all the way out here, drove 2 hours and 2 hours back. She never gets aggravated, right? And then
Sure.
we couldn't even get there and do something. She like looks for the silver lining and everything. She learned something about Mount Rainier. Oh my god.
Look at Brenda. What was her blood pressure?
I
By
was
the
in
time we-
Tacoma.
By the time we looked around it a while, it was snowing harder and it was raining harder and turning to snow, so we decided to leave. We didn't want to drive on snowy mountain roads. We were so glad we got to go, even though visibility up there was pretty low. That was on our bucket list. We then
Wow.
headed to Tacoma, Seattle area to our hotel for tonight.
That's where I was.
That's where Jimmy
We
was
went
born.
to eat supper, Olive Garden, because we just wanted soup and salads. Then returned our rental car. Dave doesn't have to drive anymore for a week because a shuttle will take us to the port for our cruise tomorrow, and we can both relax. Then she's got tons of 34 plus pictures of the restaurant and Betty Boop and that diner and everything.
You should write a book.
And then
So
what
we
happened
have
on the
enough
cruise? I
pages.
want to hear what happened on the cruise.
You gotta wait till
Okay.
morning.
Wow, then really?
You
What?
might
She
want to
can
skip
talk?
that part.
What happened?
All on the cruise, she's got 38 photos, and then she has all she says is, "We have been having a wonderful vacation. The
Oh, I
internet
know why
service
she
on-"
probably doesn't have internet.
Yeah. She goes, "The internet service on the ship and in the ports is not very good, though. We haven't been able to post photos until today." Our first port was in Juneau, Alaska. This was the warmest day we had all week. And that is, wow, that goes all the way till, that was May 24th. So she skipped all the way from May 18th up until May 24th. She couldn't put anything.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I'm surprised she didn't have posts ready to go though, about each day.
Right?
Yeah.
Probably what this is, isn't it? Like she's probably typing on a laptop or something each night because we're not going to be able to surf the social media. You know, we only got time to write out our daily journals.
Maybe she didn't know how to do that. But then
I'm
she
gonna
has
make my
one just
first
from the 27th of May when they got, she has a few pictures from the 27th where she writes, "Dave and I got home from our vacation last night. We knew our daughter Sarah was picking us up at the airport. We didn't know she was bringing her youngest child, 2.5-year-old Warren, with her. We had we had told her she could park in the short-term parking area and we would come out to her. But they came in and were waiting for us as we came down the escalator. Warren was holding this sign. He calls me Gaga. He was so cute, and we were so happy to see
Oh,
him
it
and
sounded like
Sarah.
she was angry that he was coming at first.
Yeah, that's what I thought to start with.
That's
And
Vicky's
Sarah,
name to her grandchildren.
really?
Uh-huh.
Whose
He
name?
was so happy so happy to see him and Sarah after 2 weeks of traveling. He even wanted to help pull a suitcase. We won't look out our windows and see mountains and the ocean now, but we get to see our kids and grandkids. That's what matters most. Now we can't wait to see the rest of them. We called them while on our trip and did FaceTime, but it's not nearly as good as in person.
So she gave very little details about the cruise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's put a bunch of pictures up though.
Yeah,
Oh
but
wait, here you go. Here you go. Here's a little bit. We have been home from our vacation a couple of days now, and I have been busy unpacking, doing laundry, and going through my photos. We took a lot. We will probably never make it back to Alaska. We got on our ship in Seattle, Washington. Our ship was the Norwegian Encore. We were very happy with it. We decided to get a cabin with a balcony this time, and we were so glad we did. The views from our room were amazing. Every morning we woke up to views of mountains and the ocean. We sat on our balcony a lot, even if we had to have our warm coats and gloves on. The temps in the morning were in the 30s and 40s.
oh my gosh, that would be a nightmare for me. I would never want to go away anywhere like that. That would be a freaking nightmare. Oh my
I heard
god.
it's very beautiful.
Oh, beautiful. That's because you live in California. You'd like to go see that.
No, my mother-in-law went to Alaska for
I
11
know.
days.
It can be beautiful all you want. I don't want to go somewhere cold. I'm not.
Warren wants to call her. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Brenda. Let's see. 30s and 40s.
Is she a
The
very
first 2
positive?
days-
Is she a very positive person all around? Like she never complains.
Uh, well,
No.
Look at Abby. No, because she sounds like a person that makes the best of every situation.
Yeah, she does.
Like,
She
oh,
tried,
it's
yeah.
okay that it was cold and we got frostbite and I lost 2 fingers because we still had a beautiful view.
kinda. Yeah,
Yeah.
kinda.
Is she
Yeah.
like that in real life or she just putting it
Kinda.
on for the post?
Kinda, a little bit, kinda.
But this is not the
kinda.
one. This is not the one. Her name begins with an S, right? And she brought the
What?
steak. This is not the sister that you had the steak dinners with, right?
Steak dinners with.
Yeah, he had a sister, remember? And she brought over a bunch of steak dinners to your cabin. I think her name began with an S.
This is his sister. He has a younger sister, Sherry.
Yeah, Sherry. This is not Sherry?
Sherry's the wild one.
Oh, yeah,
Linda's
she's the one that brought the steak dinners.
Probably.
Her and her
Yeah,
husband.
Linda doesn't. No, Linda's the religious one into church and.
Oh, is
everything
this the
for
one
her
that's
husband.
writing, the religious one?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so she does make the best of everything.
they're like all into the church and
Yeah, she sounds like she makes
Yeah.
the best of everything. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The first 2 days, the temperature got to 50 degrees. After that, it was colder. The temp stayed about 40 degrees. It felt colder because it was so windy.
Oh my god.
In the ports, and it rained some. When we came back on the ship after an excursion, some of the crew was waiting with cups of hot chocolate. it was a nice way to get warmed up. Then she's got 25 plus pictures. Let's see. Oh, let's see. And then she's got pictures of when they were in the different ports. On Wednesday, May 21st, we docked in Skagway, Alaska. We booked an excursion on a bus to take us up on a mountain to the summit. It was a great trip.
Oh my
He
God.
stopped at different points to let us get out and take photos. It was all so beautiful. When we reached the summit, we were at the border of Alaska and Canada. We had to have our passports with us because the bus had to stop at a checkpoint. She has a bunch of videos here and 32 pictures and
That's where Evie had to get off.
The real ID.
let's see. Oh boy, here we go. Oh boy. Yeah, here's another one. A bunch more pictures. And then she goes, still going through our Alaskan cruise photos. On Thursday, May 22nd, we went through Glacier Bay National Park. The weather forecast for that day was 34 degrees. There was a park ranger aboard that did an audio commentary on the PA system and on a channel on our TVs. Glacier Bay was beautiful. We had a relaxing day looking at the glaciers from the upper decks and from our balcony. Then that night we had a reservation at Cagney's, one of the nicer, and then she has in parentheses,
Quotation.
not free
Oh.
restaurants on the ship. It wasn't free.
Oh.
When we signed up for the cruise, Norwegian Cruise Line asked if we were celebrating anything. And Dave told them we were celebrating our 41st anniversary, which was in April. So on the first day of the cruise, we received a card in our room saying to take it to any of the restaurants to receive a complimentary dessert. We decided to use it at Cagney's. We gave it to the hostess when we arrived. We had a delicious dinner, and they brought out desserts to choose. Then a little bit later, the waiters came to the table with a little cake, told us to hold hands, and they sang, "Let Me Call You Sweetheart."
Oh. Oh.
We
It's
didn't
gorgeous.
expect that at all. We thought the delicious desserts we had just eaten were the anniversary treat.
But they put those on the tab at $16.99 each.
We took the cake back to our cabin to eat the next day. And then she's got a whole bunch of pictures for that.
And then found out it was on the bill for $40.
That's a little bit shorter. She's got a short post here with a bunch of pictures of restaurants in there and Starbucks. She says, we thought our ship was very nice. They had great food in all of the restaurants. They had different themes at some of the stations. They always had an Asian station, then a German night, and a few Mexican stations one day. Let's see. On Friday, May 24th, our ship docked in Ketchikan, Alaska. It's a pretty little town, but it was raining, so it looked pretty dreary. The forecast was 43 degrees, which isn't bad for spring in Alaska. We only had half a day here, but that was enough time to go into town and look around.
Oh my gosh. And this is what day?
Friday, May 24th.
How long was the cruise? How many days?
11?
5 days, I think, 7. Yeah. On Saturday evening, May 24th, our ship docked in Victoria, Canada. We only had about 4 hours to take the shuttle bus and go into town. Not a lot of time to do anything, but we went anyway. We walked around the downtown area, walked down to Chinatown. It was pretty at night. We didn't have time to walk to it, but the bus drove by the Parliament building. It was all lit up and pretty. This was our last night on the ship, and she's got 30 plus pictures. Let's see. Then 3 days ago, she posted, "These are the last of the cruise and Seattle photos. We loved our cruise, but we were ready to get home and see our family. We booked a tour of Seattle for right after we got off the cruise. We didn't want to fly home that day. We wanted to see more of Seattle. It was a great tour." And she's got 23 plus photos of that. And then she has, this is a map of the states we have visited so far. We didn't make it to Idaho when we were out west last year, and we realized we don't remember ever going to Mississippi. We have been to small parts of Pennsylvania and New York when we went to Niagara Falls several years ago, but we want to see all of the northeastern states. These are goals for future trips. We also want to visit as many national parks as possible. We saw a few more on this trip. And then she has a nice little map here that they have.
What's her husband like?
What?
What is her husband like?
He's religious,
No, but
like
is he
her.
like really like he's not like is he like, oh, I want to go see
No.
that national park, I'm going to put that on our list?
No. He's kind of fun and stuff. Yeah, he's pretty more easygoing. He's easygoing and stuff. Yeah, got a good sense of humor.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
But I
funny.
mean, they agree on everything. Like they're not opposite at all. Like, oh, I don't really want to go on that, but they're like, oh, both want to do exactly the same thing.
Hmm. Mm. Uh, well, like he's the one that controls the money. He's always been like had a budget and stuff like that where Linda never wanted to.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She always wanted to go shopping and buy a lot of stuff where he would, keep a rein on that. You know what I mean?
Right. But I mean, like, she's not like, what do you got to go on another trip for? Your man, we saw one national park, you seen them all.
No.
No, okay.
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
What does she post on a regular day? I need more. Oh, she posts a lot about her kids, family stuff. And you want more, Brenda? I can read you more. It's hilarious, a lot of stuff. She is a nice person. She'll, like Shelley likes me to read it to her, even though she can see it herself on Facebook. It's just, oh my gosh, when you get on the phone. Brenda, like I was going to say, I'm whispering now because I'm like so afraid that she'll hear me, and she doesn't even know this channel. But Brenda, right after the Rambler vacation this year, okay, Dave's sister's name is Linda, okay, this older sister. And she is a good person, okay, she's a great person. She's been wonderful to Lexi when Lexi was little. Great, okay. And anyway, she called me.
Yeah.
And I hate to say this, but a lot of times, Brenda, I let the phone ring and see what her voicemail is going to say, or see what her message is going to be if she'll just text me. Okay. And Dave will do the same thing a lot because even though that's his sister, because she goes on and on and on. A lot of his family does the same dang thing.
Yeah, I know they have Jimmy has a sister like that. Isn't that terrible?
I know, and
We
you
all
feel so
do. We all have
bad.
family like that.
If you do, you feel guilty as can be.
Mhm.
But it came up, okay? And okay, the thing is, why I said it was right after the vacation, because it came up as Linda. And you know which Linda I thought it was, Brenda? Take a
Oh
guess.
yeah.
Ah, Linda.
So you
Uh-huh.
grabbed the phone.
I grabbed the phone. I'm like, hey, Linda. Because I'm thinking Linda just, you know,
Yeah.
I know Linda had just been out of the hospital and for a few days and whatnot. And I was so happy she was calling me.
Surprise.
Yeah.
And what happened?
That's that time Scooter told
Oh,
her, I gotta go
I
because
thought there was something more to the story. There's nothing more to the
No, that's
story.
all it basically
Oh, I thought
was.
there
I
was
forget
something
which.
more.
Oh, she was calling me to see what size shirt Apple wanted for Indiana Beach. Because, you
Oh.
know, we were doing the
Oh,
family
she
thing there
went on
this
that too.
past weekend.
Oh wait, did she blog about that?
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
let's hear a blog about that because you were on
Okay.
that too. Yeah, let's hear that.
Yeah, this past weekend. Yeah, she just wanted to know Apple's size. She's like,
No, no, well, we
she
want to hear
called.
about the trip.
Okay. She's like, I called Lexi. Lexi told
She
me what
wrote this.
size
She wrote
she
this on
wants
there.
for her shirt because they all get matching shirts. Okay.
But she's writing. No, we want to hear what she wrote about
Okay,
it.
but that's all she had called me about. She's like,
Oh,
Lexi told me what size she wanted, but she said she wasn't sure what size Apple wears. I'm like, well, just you know what, Linda, get Apple a size. Tell Sarah to get Apple a size small in adults. She's like, oh, okay, because right now I'm babysitting Sarah's three kids. She's out picking out the shirts right now, and she just wanted me to find out what size Apple wanted. They want, yeah, they're doing yellow this year. And I'm just thinking, okay, Linda, okay. Because, you know, she's going into the whole thing. I'm like, okay, Linda. And I'm driving, you know, I'm like, oh, all right. And she's like, yeah, when, you know, everybody can just pay Sarah either like in person when you see her at the park in Indiana Beach or PayPal. And I'm like, yeah, okay, Linda, I'll send Sarah PayPal, you know, when she lets us know how much it is. So anyway, I think Linda sounded was shocked when she heard how excited I was, you know, going like, hey Linda. You're like, hello. Okay, I'll find her. I just feel bad because she is very sweet. It's just everybody, you know, you can't help it. I hope Lexi has her headphones on so she's not hearing me. I know she has them on. I mean, she knows herself, but want to hear another thing, Brenda? Hold on, let me find.
we want to
Let
hear
me
about
look
the
at it again.
Indiana Beach
Okay,
trip
let's
that
see
you
what
were
she
on.
posts.
See if she wrote
I know
anything
she had
about you.
pictures.
Did she write anything about you?
I know she has pictures and she wrote stuff because I saw. Let's see. Um, okay. She didn't go overboard, but let's see. 12 hours, 10 hours, 9 hours. Uh, okay. Got a bunch of pictures too of the whole weekend. 15 hours. Okay. We had a wonderful, fun weekend at Indiana Beach with lots of family. My parents started this when our kids were small. We did it every summer until most of the kids got older and had jobs, which made it harder to go. Now these kids are grown up, and have families of our own. They wanted to start doing this with their kids and cousins. The number of kids has grown so much. The kids in the first photo all have little brothers and sisters now. The moms decided to do matching shirts each year. And that's all she's written so far
Oh,
on that
really?
post.
Really?
And she's got a bunch of pictures from the past, and they are super cute. The kids are all young and colored, different colored shirts. Okay. Oh, wow. And then the next post has 50 plus pictures. Can you believe that? 50 plus. This is from 12 hours ago. We had such a fun weekend with a lot of our family. My sister Sherry, our brother Dave, and I went with our families. Our brother Dan and his family weren't able to go this year. Our brother Ken passed away in 2013, but his daughter and her family were there. There were 22 kids from 1.5 years old to 22. Most were under 10 years old. We had two 11-year-olds, one 16-year-old, and a 22-year-old. It gets a little crazy at times, but we love it. And yeah, she's got 50 plus pictures. But that's all she put. And the next one, she's got 26 plus pictures. This was 10 hours ago. We decided to do something different this year on Saturday night at Indiana Beach. Usually, we all eat lunch and supper in the park, but this year, we decided to have a family dinner. We bought chicken, and everyone bought side dishes to go with it. It worked out great. Everyone enjoyed it. The kids got to play games together, and they even got to have a dance party. Maddie brought along a couple of dinosaur costumes, and she and Clinton wore them to surprise the kids. The kids
Who
loved
is that?
that.
Wait, who is that? Are they adults?
Yes.
They're adults that
Maddie.
wear dinosaur costumes?
Yes.
Really?
Maddie is her future daughter-in-law.
Oh, okay. And her son, her daughter, future daughter-in-law, and son wore dinosaur costumes?
Clinton is not. No, Clinton is not her. No,
Okay.
he is married to Erica, her niece.
I'm so lost.
Uh,
Okay.
And she and Clinton wore them to surprise the kids. The kids loved that. Then my niece Erica got them organized to play some games.
Oh, see, she's very organized. See how
Oh,
There'll
organized
be a
they are?
test at the end of this story.
She's so organized. Like, oh my gosh.
And Crazy Debbie went streaking.
What'd she say?
Brenda said, and Crazy Debbie went streaking.
Debbie.
And she's got a lot of pictures here. Let's see if I think she's got one more post here. Yeah, she's got a bunch more pictures. Let's see. On Saturday night at Indiana Beach, we had so much fun. After we had our family dinner, the kids had fun with games organized by my niece, Erica. They also had a dance party. They all loved it. The kids that are first cousins get to see each other often, but they all had second cousins there too. Each year, as the kids grow, they get to know each other a little better. They all live in this area, except for my niece Jenny's family. They live in Illinois, just a few hours away, but they don't see these other kids as often. And then she's got 9 plus pictures.
But I just can't understand, right, how she did that. Because, like, when the kids were like, I want to go back to the park. I didn't want to the roller coaster. Like, and why don't want to play games? Like, nobody did that?
Not that I saw.
Oh.
The next day, some of them went back over to the park for a few hours, before leaving.
Yeah, I don't know.
And Apple and Fox went as well,
I know.
so
but
that
they
they
were
could.
like, I was just going to get on. I was on the
Right.
line to ride that ride. And then we had to come back and have chicken. And then we had to play games and have a dance party. That's what I would get. I don't know.
I know, right?
I wanted to go on the log flume ride, and then they were having this thing, and I don't know why I have to sit here.
Nothing. Not been on too long.
That's what it would be. I don't know how to understand. Okay. And then this lady had to come out in the dinosaur costumes, like, they're freaking me out.
We have the motto with the children: get what you get and don't get upset, because there's just too many of them.
Oh my gosh.
Linda says, okay, we need a family tree diagram. Oh,
You
I
brought us to
know.
the theme park?
Huh?
You brought us to the theme park, and now you won't let us go. Oh my god. Oh. What was the dance party like?
Yeah, well, we all had these, like, you guys saw, like, how we all had these yards, like, in between our cottages and stuff, so it was all right there. And they
Yeah.
had the music and stuff like that. And so all the kids were dancing there, and it was really cute. I mean, they all seemed to like it. Yeah, the kids seemed to enjoy it. I don't know. Yeah, they all seemed to like it. All they were laughing and having fun. And we won $17 slushies. Right?
What'd she say?
Brenda says, and we want $17 slushies.
Yeah, I know, right, Brenda?
And then at the pavilion there at, I think it was at 7 o'clock, a couple of them left in fancy dresses to go over to a Taylor Swift party that they had for a couple of the little girls were going there with their mom. They had fancy dresses on that was in the park. And then her daughter, Linda's oldest daughter, does no schooling with her kids. I just found that out. I was reading that on Facebook.
What is no schooling?
She does no schooling. Have you guys ever heard of that?
No.
Yeah.
Unschooling? Is it unschooling?
They call it no schooling.
You mean they don't go to school at all?
Yeah, she teaches them at home. It's called
homeschool.
no school.
Homeschool.
No school.
We did an unschool, so where you have to de-school them and start again.
They didn't even come to the party, to the Indiana Beach. Sarah did. Sarah and her husband and 3 kids, but Becky didn't with her husband and 2 little boys.
The one that does the unschooling didn't go?
No. I think we're all too wild for them.
Probably.
They don't like you. Brenda.
What did Brenda?
Brenda said that's because they don't know how to get there. Yeah, they got uneducated.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I was surprised. Like, I'm not really surprised, I guess. Becky's just like that. I don't know. She's always been really different.
Wow. That's the end of her adventures.
Oh, I'm sure there's lots of stuff in there if I went back and looked. Yeah. Lots of stuff.
Thanks for that. That was so cool.
Huh?
Yeah, it was fun.
What?
We said
was
that was
good.
fun.
It was fun to listen for, you know,
Yeah.
Linda gets rolling. She gets on a roll.
Can't believe it's only June. It was June 5th.
Their senior trip will be to Walmart.
To-
You know, she does a lot of stuff with them though, Brenda. I was looking at it yesterday and today, and
What do you mean?
I'm
She
like,
writes
wow.
about it too?
Yeah.
Oh.
New regular segment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, Becky just put that, you know, I saw where she was putting up the end of the year stuff that she was doing, saying that's what she does for her unschooling or no schooling, whatever she calls that. Must not like public schooling, I guess, or even private schooling for whatever reason, you know. I don't know.
What?
Let me see what she calls it. Unschooling, no schooling. I thought it was no schooling. Is what I thought.
That doesn't sound legal.
How did she say it in the sentence?
Huh?
How did she say it in the sentence about no schooling?
I'll tell you here.
That
Hold on.
doesn't
Let me
sound
look.
legal.
Well, I know it has to be legal or she wouldn't be doing it. I know she has a hashtag. Well, I see where she puts like on her page that she does write homeschooling. So I didn't see that, like where she explains. Okay, yeah, she has no school, the no school. She has their last name, hashtag
What?
no school life. But she does say
yeah,
on
cool.
her, yeah, she does say on her page what
Take it.
she's a Christian, a minimalist, natural, pro-life for the whole
Crunchy.
life.
Crunchy granola mom.
Homeschooling.
Crunchy granola mom. Remember they
Is that what
used to
that is?
they used to say crunchy granola mom. I don't know.
Homeschooling mom, graphic designer.
Is she married?
Yeah.
How many kids?
Oh yeah,
How many kids?
2 little boys,
How old?
3 and 6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that's preschool, isn't it?
Yeah. Let me
Or
tell her to revisit. Let's revisit her when they're 13 and 16. So yeah, I know school is going then.
Yeah, she said here, right here in her post yesterday, our blank, I'm not gonna say the last name, life
Yeah.
school year in review for 2nd grade. Oh, maybe he's a 7-year-old now. I write down the ways I catch blank learning something naturally through life experiences or by following his curiosity. And I sort each activity into categories of traditional school subjects.
Oh my god.
My full list is way too much to post, but here are some examples of what he's learned this year and photos of our favorite field trips and activities. Math, earning allowance, counting the money he has available, saving and budgeting, calculating how much new toys cost and what will be left after buying. Played Battleship, learned how to use a grid system, and developed strategic thinking skills.
Oh my gosh.
Played farming simulator video game, learned percentages, and practiced math skills through buying, selling, and hiring. Pretended to own a pizza shop, learned fractions, practiced making change with money, subtracting to find the difference in decimals, tracking his temperature when sick, science, observing nature around the yard, fishing pond and woods, cicadas and their shells, bark on different trees, dead bird with maggots,
Oh my
honeybees,
gosh. Oh my gosh.
root balls, etc. Watching documentaries, mysterious rock formations, mysterious rock formations, venomous animals, animals in the Amazon, chasing tornadoes, extinct animals, asking questions. Why does a drop of milk stay together instead of spreading out flat? Learned about liquid cohesion. What are rainbows made of? Learned about physics of light and color and prisms. Do people on the bottom of the earth feel like they're upside down? Learned about how gravity works. Engineering technology. Playing and building. Built cardboard box house, including roof and hinged door, using screws and tape. Put together efficient systems of toy train tracks. Played with working circuit board toy. Oh, I'm picturing Shelley's face when I read this to her when she's back down at the cottage on the 16th.
And this is her daughter? This is Linda's daughter?
Yeah,
Oh,
her
wow.
oldest daughter.
Yeah, wow. I can see the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. How many children does Linda have?
Two girls and a boy.
Is this the one that picked her up at the airport?
No.
Oh.
Sarah did. Played with working circuit board toy. Created cardboard models of our house and local fire department. Built many things with magnet tiles and Lego bricks. Watched shows, documentaries. Mark Rober's Crunch Lab. How it's made, engineering catastrophes. Language, reading his favorite books and books from the library, mostly level 1 and 2 readers. Bedtime stories to blank, his little brother. Signs, labels, instructions, etc. encountered in everyday life. Writing, messages to friends and family. Signs and menus for pretend restaurant. Pretend police tickets. Copied text from his favorite books in his own writing. Brenda, this sounds worse than an iceberg.
Iceberg cruise.
Introduced cursive letters, Spanish words, and American Sign Language. Creative, visual, drawing and painting pictures. Used my phone to take photos, videos. Learned how to use lines of perspective to create illusion of 3D objects. Art classes at the library. Box troll sculpture, koi fish painting, Frida Kahlo's Casa Azul, music, playing ukulele and drums and singing songs, other, making up stories and jokes. Social studies, read about Great Chicago Fire, Lewis and Clark, Albert Einstein. Watched Olympics, learned about different countries and skills sports. Documentary on historical
She
awards.
wrote this all in one post?
She has super wings and just in time. Shows about different countries and cultures. Experiences. Sold meat sticks and popcorn for Cub Scouts. Learned social skills and sales strategies.
Oh my God.
Donated supplies and made care packages for charity. Phil's friends. Sponsoring and becoming friends with a child in Burundi. Learned about poverty and culture in Africa. Health PE. Exercise and gross motor skills. Playing baseball, riding a bike, swimming, playing on playgrounds, hiking. Learned about health, food, germs, healing broken bone, safety, bike and internet rules, and emergency plans. And then she showed 7+ pictures, like when they went on a trip out to Yellowstone Park and different stuff like that. And of course, Linda wrote a comment underneath. She said, "You're doing a wonderful job as his mom and teacher." And then she has one other comment underneath that says, from an aunt, this aunt I really like too. She's really nice. She said, "Much more interesting than when I went to school. You're such a good teacher." I'm ready. Maybe they can pass the bar exam before they get their molars. I remember. Wait, let me make sure Lexi has her headphones on.
Oh, what is she gonna do? Get on the phone?
Oh,
Make a report.
yeah, she does. She's not listening. She's got her headphones on. She's in there jamming on her phone. This looks funny too. It looks cute.
She's
I have
watching.
a video.
Can you imagine? She's watching the show. She's watching us on the show.
Oh,
Do you
no.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're saying she has her headphones on, but she's watching this show.
Oh gosh.
You don't get it.
Oh,
Okay.
it's so funny.
My God. Okay, what were we gonna say?
I was gonna say when when Becky was in college, she was in college for like 8 years.
Why? She a doctor?
She was just super quiet, okay? Super quiet. If you would say hi to her, she would turn beet red. And she's real backwards, okay? Anyway, Nikki and Billy were going to their church for a while when they were married. And they got married by their pastor and everything. And for quite a while, Linda would babysit for Lexi and Isaiah and stuff. And anyway, so they would have Billy and Nikki over for dinner and whatnot. I remember Nikki would tell me different things. She said that Becky's roommate, Becky was living on the college campus with 2 girls. and that the girls actually moved out of the apartment with Becky. With Becky, they moved out, never been told her.
Didn't tell her?
Nope. Because Becky had never been speaking to them. She knew nothing, because she was so shy. They left and Becky didn't even know. Because she was so shy, she wouldn't talk to anybody.
Is that the bombshell?
Till the landlord showed up.
I would lately tonight. I think like she's gonna have some big bombshell. I gotta make sure she's got her headphones in. Okay, hold on. Let me see. All right. Okay.
Brenda.
And then I feel like it's kind of like a letdown what we're waiting for.
Yeah, I guess maybe it is. Yeah. I don't know.
You just have to wait till you have grandkids, Carolyn, to get it.
I don't know. I just at the time though, I remember Nikki telling me that she's just like Becky's roommates moved out and Becky didn't even know because and because Dave and Linda are always these goody goodies and Becky's like, and Jeff, they found him in his drawer, his bedroom. He would have bottles of whiskey.
Who's that? The son?
Yes.
Well.
So Nikki was always giving us all the goods, the rest of the family.
How old is Becky?
Oh gosh, Becky now is what? I don't know.
She can't be that old, right?
30 something. Yeah, 30 something. She's 30 something now.
What am I going to learn when I have grandchildren, Bink?
Becky, Jeff, and Sarah, they're all 30
said you'll
something.
understand when you have grandchildren.
What? What do I
About
understand?
you want to make sure they have their earphones on.
Oh.
Some things you just don't want to repeat to them.
Yeah, but I waited. I thought it was going to be something juicy, but it wasn't.
Yeah, because Lexi would be babysat by Becky and Sarah and them, when she was little. So I don't want her to hear any of this.
All right.
They know I'm talking, about them or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, I'm maintaining that squeaky clean image you have with the kids.
Because they are good people. It's just funny. Sherry and them, would always laugh because they'd get to hear all this from Nikki. Because they never got to hear any of the dirt. Because Linda wasn't going to tell anything.
Right.
But Nikki would get to know it. I don't know how she would. I guess because she would be over there. I don't even know how I guess Linda would.
Scooter took us to Class Action Park, yeah.
Yeah, Nikki would get to know the dirt somehow when she'd be over there. Linda would confide in her for whatever reason. And Nikki would tell them.
All right, we'll end on that note here, guys. I love you guys. God bless. See you tomorrow. Be good.
The roller coaster.
The roller coaster. The roller coaster.